Hello and welcome, everyone.
Hey, 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 hey.
Good to see you all. What are you laughing about already? Because you got us in trouble. I'm not going there yet. I'm saying hello to people. You're just going to have to wait. You just sit right there in the corner and you behave for a minute, lady. Hello, Jill. I know, right? Kristianne's going to fix that. That was just like a standard little banner thing that comes up. So it really wasn't next year on May 8th, I promise. Positively Parker, how are you? You're always in trouble too. Do I need to put you in the corner with Kristianne? Because she's in trouble now with me. No, I'm just kidding. Hello, Angela's Clips and Giggles. Audrey W., welcome. Hello, beautiful Nashville. Good to see you. Luann 21, hello, hello. Welcome, Remy. Good to see you too. Caddy Texas Gal, hello. Shot of Poison. We weren't going to go live, but Kristianne misbehaved and got us in trouble. So now we have to come live and explain what happened. Hi, Scoop with Barb. Good to see you, hon. Anna Nicole, welcome. Hello, S.A. Wayne, welcome.
I don't need to say hi because I was been with everybody all day.
You just sit there in the corner. Hello, Andy Cruz. Welcome. Coco, hello, hello. Hey, Copacetic. No, she can't be in trouble. Oh, I bet you she can. She's wearing that little halo that you got there on that little emoji. Hi, Salem. Hello, Milan. She's laughing, so you know it can't be too terrible if she's laughing about it. Hey, Tits Up, good to see you. Paige Lovelace, welcome. Hello, hello, Blissful. Hello, Mary. I'm so glad to see everybody.
We have new
hello,
people.
And 5678. I know you're in the corner. Hello, Jesus loves me. Welcome. It's good to see some new faces in here with us tonight as well. Now you can come out of the corner. I'm just teasing.
That makes me nervous. Hey, Callie, welcome. New person, Callie Marie.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome.
So if we missed anybody, we're sorry.
Paige Lovelace, you got in trouble in a fight with a lady. Uh-oh. You're going to the corner too?
What do you mean she got your goat? Like for real?
Look at Remy's comment.
No, Remy and I were just peaceful with about 300 people. We kept our mouths shut.
Oh, hello there. Thank you so much.
Anyway,
I say bullshit. Hello, Boots Mama. I call bullshit.
If you're new to the channel, typically we cover series of things. So tonight's little pop-up is not normally our content. Normally,
we've been doing a series on cults.
Yes, and then we did a cult on a thing on paranormal, and then we did a series on parasocial relationships. So tonight, I just have to come on and explain myself because I had to call Leanne because I'm always getting in trouble. She's over there minding her business.
Yeah, watching a paranormal show. Just minding my own business.
Mm-hmm. And I'm in the YouTube streets getting myself involved in things I shouldn't be.
And I get this call that says, oh my God, you're going to kill me. I'm in trouble again. And I said, oh God, now what? And then I started laughing because I am used to it. Usually it's me that's in trouble. So yeah.
Since we started this channel, it's been me in trouble. Hey, Melissa J.
Well, that's true. I'm the one that has the little halo emoji. You're the one with the devil horns.
I know. And it's opposite of what people thought. I know, explain myself. Okay. So
well,
I guess
give her crap.
Yeah, she always gives
Melissa Jade. It was the visitation today and tomorrow is the funeral. I really, really appreciate that. It's been a rough day. So Kristianne saying she is in trouble, I just had to laugh.
She did. She
She
laughed.
is. She's feeling a lot better. I saw my daughter today, and besides the fact that she looks very funny with the cast on her nose, she is feeling better. So she'll be at the funeral and everything too. So thank you. Thank you, Remy. Hey, T. Adams.
T. Adams, you getting in trouble with me? Were you in trouble too? And with me and Remy?
T. Adams, are you going to the corner with all the rest of them? Kristianne and Parker and Remy and everybody else that's going to the corner. I'm just minding my business, listening to a discussion about the Halesbar Dam on paranormal stuff. And there comes the call that she's in trouble again. Like, uh-oh.
All right, so I should probably explain what happened, right?
Sure.
So I was wandering around because I wasn't feeling good. So I've been off work, right? So I spent the day wandering around YouTube instead of being a productive human. And I don't know how, but I ended up in Country Joe's.
Hey,
I was everywhere today. But anyway, I went to Country Joe's and they were
I can't leave you unattended.
No.
See?
They were playing Natasha's makeup stuff. Like
that'd be
restreaming
enough to get me in trouble.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with that. I was well behaved for that. And then yeah. I mean, there was some of the makeup she was selling that for like $85 that you could get for I saw for $40.
Ouch.
But anyway.
Hi, Loki's mom.
Hey, Loki's mom. So next thing I know, well, we've all seen all the posts all week. And if you haven't, you probably will. But
Remy,
have you all
Remy's killing me.
Yeah, we visited little. You've all seen all the posts
did you
all
see
week.
This?
What? Oh my God, Remy. What?
I had to. It's making me laugh. I'm dead. Hey, Sofa.
You got to come up and tell us what you did.
Hey, Christine.
You're probably
oh my gosh.
You're probably in more trouble than I am.
Look, Parker's laughing.
Anyway, there were posts all week written about Country Joe, okay? And they were hurtful. And then there was a post written about our channel, which was hurtful, which you know about, Leanne.
Yes.
I'm trying not to use names and not get myself in even more trouble. So Country Joe has been upset about it, and rightfully so, because why are we shit talking everybody, right?
That's true. Valid point.
When somebody says they are your friend and they support you and they care for you and drop the love bombs all the time, then wouldn't you expect that they would also have your back when you're getting talked shit on so horribly, right? Is that
normally, but this is YouTube, and so
all right, take the YouTube out of it. Listen, take the YouTube out of it and put the human in it. As a human being,
of course.
I'm going to ask you a rhetorical question. If you have a person that has helped you out and when you needed them, and they say they care about you and your friends and blah, 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 and then there's this one person that's talking mad shit about you all over YouTube, and then you let them on panel and you don't even address it or say a word and act like everything's chipper and cheery, would you feel that that's right, or would you be hurt by that?
No, I would be hurt by that, and I would probably approach that person privately and say, what the fuck is going on here? Here's what I think.
Okay. Well, what happened was somebody got hurt by that, Country Joe, and she reacted, and she went into the chat and wrote, I'm unsubbed. And then it caused a whole shitstorm. And then I see CJ all upset, and normally CJ is like fun and, you know,
she's usually in a pretty good mood, and she's funny, and right.
So I see her emotional, and I could tell she was hurt. I know that's why she did it. Yeah, she probably should have done it privately, but you know, we're humans. Emotions get the best of us. It's not like she went in saying you fucking bitch and blah blah blah. She just wrote I'm unsubbed.
She just
and it caused a shitstorm. And then, of course, me being the Italian person that I am,
oh Lord, here we go.
Passionate. It's in my genetics. I get passionate. I felt bad. So I went up on panel and tried to be supportive, and I'm probably in fucking trouble.
Probably in trouble? You are in trouble.
So I don't know. I feel that she had every right to be upset. Here's my thing, and I said this a couple weeks ago. If people would just stop love bombing each other, and if they really don't mean it, and saying, "Oh, you're my friend, I love you," and blah 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 blah, then nobody will have these expectations of you. So let's just all stop with the fake pleasantries and the "I love yous," and it would solve a whole hell of a lot of issues, right?
True.
Because I don't know about anybody else, but when somebody says they care about me and I'm their friend, I would hope that they would look out for me.
Well, I mean, you know that I do. I have a few times.
Right, and vice versa. And vice versa. That's what I do with my friends. And I know there's a saying that you shouldn't put your expectations of friendship on your friend and blah, blah, blah. I get it. But I mean, that's what I would think would happen, though. So that didn't happen. And then words were said on both sides. And then Kristianne found herself up in the middle of it on the panel.
Hi, Andrea, Mom. Well, you know, why am I not surprised? I mean, just because I know you and I know how passionate you are about things. And you know what? Overall, you were just being a good friend to Country Joe. So, you know,
really,
I honestly,
I was. I honestly felt like I wanted to go up and support her. And I think I probably went a little too far with what I said concerning Mrs. P, because that's just going to start the cycle. And there were some people in chat saying, "Kristianne, you wouldn't do this on your panel, so don't do it here." You know, they weren't being mean, but they were right. I probably should have just kept my mouth shut and minded my own business and stayed in the chat.
Hey, Foxy.
But I know
you being quiet and sitting in a chat, there's no way. And I say that lovingly because I know how you are to stand up for your friends. And so that's why I say that. There's no way. Hi, Nikki X. You know, and you were standing up for CJ and just, you know, went from there. And I know I give you crap about putting you in the corner, but no, I'm glad that you were a good friend to her because I know you would do the same thing for all of your friends.
Yeah.
You stood up or you stood up.
Here's the thing.
It's all right.
So we started talking about Mrs. P and the things that were happening. And then CJ was asked to show proof that she said everything she said about her, right? So then she was pulling up, trying to find the videos. And it turned into something that it wasn't originally about.
Sure.
So then, you know, things were said, and it's going to be Mrs. P.
Hey, I wonder what.
It's going to be made to be about Mrs. P when that's not what it was about.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. So I'm going to put myself in trouble with you that I don't think it really matters if you would have even mentioned Mrs. P. Some shit would have come up again and started it anyway. So, oh, well, you know?
Yeah.
The cycle would have started again sooner or later, and most likely something would have been said. Yeah, I'm not real worried about it.
But here's where I'm at with it. Because earlier in the week, when I was over at Granny's Watchings Live, there was a video made by Lycan that had two women on it where he was saying some gross things, right? And they were all laughing and participating in it. And Just was pissed. I'd be pissed too. And
I saw that, yeah.
It turned into somehow that she was bullying disadvantaged people. Nobody was bullying the two women that were up on the panel. Nothing, there was no bullying. It was just said, this is what is supported and it's bullshit. You know what I mean? There were no like below the belt words. There was no making fun of looks. It was none of that. But I don't know why we have to have fucking sides, but we do. So that side was saying that everybody was bullying them, and there was community posts made and this, there, and the other thing. So I am sure that what happened tonight at Country Joe's is going to be turned into the same fucking thing where everybody was bullying Mrs. P, when that's not the case. Because you know well as I know, we haven't said anything bad about her.
No.
And we won't.
Nope.
But she continues to say things about us. So, I mean, I made a few comments about that. And I said, you know, she says that she's being attacked, but I'm seeing her doing the attacking and not trying to make it about us, but us included.
Oh, gosh, no. Yeah.
So
I agree. Yeah, they're all in. Tits Up says they're all in lichens, excusing Mrs. P, and they're all perfect, and we're all bad. Oh, yeah, that's pretty normal. It's kind of what Roddy's mom said earlier, is that lichen, and I don't know, there was a couple others, Gen X and Amber's alerts in the chat. They're just making excuses for Mrs. P. Yeah, and that happens a lot.
And that's
around this community.
Loki's mom, this is exactly what Loki's mom said. That's what it was about.
Thank you. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, for the love of Pete, without being disgusting, they literally were co-signing talk about somebody's freaking vagina and lips hitting the floor. Right. Like, how do you? Then we're bad.
Remy, my dear, you're not an a-hole. Don't even think that. Never. I don't think you are. She said she knows she's an a-hole sometimes. Oh, well, I don't think you are.
I mean, we all are. We all have said shit, right? We're human beings. It's typical, especially a bunch of women. I know that sounds sexist, but when you get a bunch of girls together, it happens. Girls can be catty.
Paige Lovelace. I agree with you, Paige. The same thing here. I agree with you 100%. She said she's disabled. That's why this bothers me so much, because she would never do something like that. To weaponize it's just wrong. I agree.
And that's where I was, because I said 100 times I have a brother that has emotional issues and other issues similar to another person on YouTube here. And that's why I always was understanding of things. But
yeah,
there's a line. There's a line to, is it more a personality thing? Because there are people that are disabled that don't talk that way.
Right. Hey, Gold Star Mom. Hello, Nicole. Good to see you.
And I said it before. I would never let my brother speak about me in that way. Why would I let somebody else that I've been nothing but kind to?
That's true. And the fact of the matter is, though, Kristianne, you and I both were extremely kind to her, and we've been over backwards to try to help. So, you know, when there's certain things said about us, it's definitely not true. We tried. I think we went well above and beyond to try to help her.
Right. And then it was said that we need to say to Robbie the feelings that we said about her. But the difference with Robbie is Robbie, much like we did, talks to Mrs. P behind the scenes, tries to help her, and does hold her accountable to things. He does talk to her. We don't know exactly what happens, but he doesn't just throw her on panel. Like, he talks to her behind the scenes and tries to physically help her and emotionally help her, just like we did. So that is different to me. Robbie having her on panel is something different. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't think it's being hypocritical at all.
No, they talk all the time behind the scenes. Like you said, we don't know what is said. So, you know, there's a rapport there between the two of them.
Right. And I know that he's invested in helping her.
Definitely.
So
I'm blessed him for that. I mean, truthfully.
Right. I don't know how he does it, because I'm done doing it. And
yeah, we can't anymore. It's past the point. Hey, Delaney.
No, because I came to the realization that I can't walk on tiptoes and constantly have to be careful with how things are worded. It's a lot of work, and I'm not saying that people aren't worth that work, but I put it in a lot of times and it still has the same result where, I'm getting ripped apart and talked shit on in community posts.
Yeah.
It's hurtful. Yep. It's very hurtful.
Yeah.
And I don't know why people think that just because it's Mrs. P doing it, that nobody should be hurt by it. Mrs. It's fucking hurtful no matter who does it.
You guys, she is actually she's a very smart person.
Yes.
And I don't think people take that into account sometimes, but when you talk to her privately, she is very smart. Don't let it fool you.
No, I don't. I know how very smart she is.
I know you know that. Yeah.
But it hurts, and there's only so much a person's willing to take, right? So having freshly gone through that, I saw CJ going through it, and I felt horrible for her today. And
someone's asking about what did CJ say to Mrs. P, or because someone was mentioning that in the chat and I just missed it.
Today? She didn't say anything to Mrs. P.
Oh, okay.
She didn't say anything to Mrs. P.
Okay.
Mrs. P had been making community posts about her and saying awful things, making fun of her teeth, putting up pictures of people with beards and, doing all kinds of hurtful things. And it was all because CJ didn't put her in the Krama Awards.
I was just going to say, kind of like last week after the awards when she did her own and was very angry. Something like that.
Yes. So, and and she put us in it. And we had nothing to do with it. And shit on us. So, and even with that, when CJ was on panel last week and CJ was upset about it, I said to CJ, look, you can't take it personal. Just knowing Mrs. P, it was more of her thinking that the community didn't want her around. She took it very personal, as if like nobody wanted her around, and that's why she wasn't in it. And I tried to explain it to CJ.
And that wasn't the case at all. No.
Right. That wasn't the case at all. And then it just kept getting worse and worse and worse throughout the week. And I felt really bad for CJ today because you could tell it was affecting her. And she saw somebody that says they're her friend and supporter and blah, blah, blah. Let Mrs. P on panel. And the way Mrs. P was explaining it was nowhere near what it was happening. She was way underplaying it and not taking accountability for her part in what was going on and painted this horrible picture of CJ.
Oh, no.
So I support CJ. I supported her and I feel bad.
Why do you feel bad? You were supporting your friend. Our friend.
That's what I mean. I feel bad.
She's a friend of mine too. I just didn't happen to see it.
No, that's what I mean. I felt bad for her.
Oh,
I don't understand. And I don't understand what the quote unquote other side doesn't get about that. Wouldn't they be hurt at the same thing if they were in those shoes? How would they feel?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. You would think so, but I guess it doesn't apply to them. I'm being sarcastic. Hey, Broken Justice.
Broken Justice. I'm really freaking pissed about his more sympathy. I know. And that seems to be the sentiment because of all the shit that's happening. And that seems to be a common sentiment. Hey, Susie G.
Hi, Susie.
Right, Loki's mom. And that's what I was explaining. I probably shouldn't have got involved today, but I couldn't help myself because it's still fresh for me what happened to us in regards to her.
Yeah.
And then I saw CJ going through it. And then I see Miss P on a panel. And it's like, it's not even brought up what she was doing all week. It's been multiple community posts and videos.
Yeah, I don't.
Over and over
I don't understand. Again. It's just overlooked by, that side, so to speak.
So and that's fine. If you want to overlook it and not address it, then don't tell people that you support them and you're their friend. because that's not being a friend.
Nope.
That's my problem.
It's not. Hey, Urban.
I mean, you know that I've been upset about what happened with that chat that we were all in. I was in that chat with a bunch of girls. It was not anything what it was made out to be. It was not about taking anybody down. It was not about doxing people or going real life. It was just a girl chat with girl talk. And the comments in that chat were much like the chats that we go to on YouTube. Very similar. And I lost friends out of that chat because what happened was they left, they went over and apologized. And when you do that, it makes us all look like we did something wrong.
Yeah, it does. Hey, there's a few people just coming in. Do you want to do just a brief overview of what you're talking about? So that, because some of them are completely lost. She got her in trouble today.
It's hard to restart over. No, Loki's mom.
Yeah.
Loki's mom in a nutshell. Small town Joel said, I don't know if this will make any difference to you, but you've done absolutely. There's only so much people can deal with, and she's went over. Yeah, I know, and it wasn't even necessarily so much about her today. It was just me being able to relate to how CJ was feeling, and I supported her.
And you know that I'm always glad that you stand up for our friends. And I would have done the same thing had I been the one watching and you weren't. It would have made me speak up as well. So I'm always glad. I'm not upset. And I never would be that you stand up for our friends. I'm glad you did.
I mean, in the long run, in the grand scheme of things in life, it's on the very high on the petty scale of what's happening. But this shit adds up, and little petty things become huge things.
Yeah. Hi, Somi. Amber, how are you? Did you have that baby?
Oh, yes. We were wondering last night, Amber.
I know it. I know she was hoping to make it through her grandma's service. So I hope that everything went okay.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, Broken Justice. I agree. You do. And people do need to take a stand. Like, don't.
Hey, Jess. Welcome.
Hey, Jess. So the thing is,
she's just talking about how she stood up for Country Joe today.
The thing is, people want to say they have morals and ethics and they're so high on this and that. But are any of us really? I mean, look at what we sit and listen to. And I believe if you sit and listen to it, then you must not have a problem with it, right? So, yeah, I have a problem with people that are sitting there listening to somebody rip someone apart talking about their vagina, hitting the kitchen floor or whatever the fuck was said. It was disgusting. And there's people co-signing that, thinking it's funny. And then on the other end, you have all these fucking community posts and vile videos made with nothing but ripping somebody's looks apart, talking about their teeth, talking about their face, talking about their weight. And then on the other hand, you have somebody else that's crying that they have morals and we're all bad here.
Yeah,
I'm just fed up. And that's kind of where I was today when I was at CJ's.
Country Joe, welcome, hon. Do you want to come up? If you want to come up, we'll get you a link.
I don't even know if I'm making any sense. Am I making sense?
You are. You are. To me, I understand it. Rochelle, hi, honey. It's so good to see you.
And right, Angela, hi, Rochelle. You came to one of our lives where we're really talking about drama.
Yeah, she wants to. Country Joe wants to come up.
Okay, drop the link. So that's exactly it. We can't say that anybody's morally superior when we're all here together in one way or another, participating in this shit. Right?
Yep. Hi, Caroline CC. No, I agree 100%. You
And then
know
I
that
got,
I agree. Hey, Sugar Beet, I'm
and then
with you
but
on this.
then you have people coming into CJ's chat telling her, white knighting for Brittany. And I had to say, I'm like, how hard is it for anybody to fucking understand that CJ had hurt feelings? And that's why she said, I've unsubbed. How hard is that to understand? People don't understand
Hello,
normal
Country Joe.
reaction.
Hi, guys.
How hard is it to
Hey.
understand normal human reaction?
Hi,
And
Paul
if somebody's
Lopez.
hurt, they're gonna fucking do that. That's what people do. I'm sorry. I'm pissed
Hi,
off.
Sassy for us. You're fine. You're fine. Hey, Mary
Hi,
Hildebrandt.
I feel
Hello,
bad,
hello.
Kristianne, because I don't want you to get any backlash from this,
Oh, I'm already gonna get fucking backlash.
No, don't feel bad. I'm glad
Don't
that
feel
That's
she's
not
there to
fair
stand
because
up for you.
No, Leanne, she did nothing wrong. She just came up to support me, and I did say some. I mean, I was ranting a bit about it all, Um,
But who
but
wouldn't
Mrs.
be?
P's lying. She's putting across a totally different narrative. Nobody attacked her.
Exactly.
Nobody attacked her. She
Oh,
came for
no.
all
Hi,
of us.
Sally Ann.
And that's what she's done with everybody that she's done it to.
And
We
that's
go
what I
right
was
back to Granny.
right. And that's what I was trying to explain. That she was on
Hi,
panel,
Wandering Sub. Yeah.
given a pass. Nothing was brought up about any of the behavior throughout the week. And which is fine and dandy. Yeah, it's your panel, it's your channel, but don't tell people you support them and you're friends with them and you love them and you're not going to show support.
Well, look, as I said earlier, if Mrs. P was a regular on her channel or went on once in a while, I've never seen her on there before. So for me, it's been done what's the word?
Tactically.
Tactically.
Tactfully.
3 in the morning, guys. Yeah, it's been done tactically, and I just believe that,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just
I agree.
done, guys. I'm
I'm
just
done
done.
too.
I'm sick of seeing her hurt people.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what I said. Of course you were hurt. Anybody would be hurt. I
was
just
more.
don't understand how people don't get that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Listen, I mean, I could take her coming at me. I find it very hard to get over what she said about Julie and Sally. And also Jess. I mean, just last week she said about Jess and the kids in a car crash. I mean, I don't want to hear that shit.
I agree.
No.
It's wrong.
And everybody said,
I
well,
agree.
you guys had her on your panel before. Yeah, I did. But the difference between me and that is I would have said to her, and I would have, Leanne, because I've talked to her privately on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you
Me
saying
too.
this? And don't, why
Me
are you
too.
doing this? And I would have tried to get her to not do that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I
We
wouldn't
both
have
would have.
ignored it and pretend it didn't happen.
God, no.
No.
This is how I see it. If that's the way you're going to be, fine, be that way. But don't tell people that they're your friend and you support them if you're not willing to be a friend and support them.
And support
and
them.
in supporting
Right.
people, you stand for them. You stand up for them when something has hurt them. That's normal human reactions.
Can somebody that I recognize tell me if that's true? What Just Me Again said.
What? I didn't see it.
Mrs. P has been on Brit's channel a lot, not just recently.
I have no idea.
Hi, Tia. Yeah, I don't know either.
But that has nothing to do with it for me. It doesn't matter how many times. What it is for me is she says she supports you, right, CJ? Always says she loves you. She supports you. So then why would you bring her up and not address it?
Not so much recently, Kristianne, but yes, she has done. And I certainly helped her.
I know you have. You helped grow her channel, just like you've helped me.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. We appreciate your help with ours, too.
Look at this. See this pink dagger here? I don't know who this person is, right? I don't know who she is.
I don't wear
A pink dagger. I have a
Pink
daughter with
dagger.
autism. I have a daughter with autism, sweetheart, right? Now, you don't know anything about me. So I got a daughter with autism. I was in the mental health system for over 10 years myself, right? So I have a high level of insight into all kinds of different areas of mental health. I've never known anybody to talk the way she talks. For it to be a reason to do with learning difficulties or mental health issues, unless the person's maybe got Tourette's syndrome or having a psychotic episode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Kristianne, would you like to explain to Pink Dagger about how you have a brother that has a similar condition and how you tried
Yes.
to help as well?
I'd be glad to. Give me
Thank
1
you.
second.
Okay. I just wanted to explain that so,
Sorry,
that
I
it's
need to.
very clear that we're not just bashing Mrs. P, or we're not bashing her at all,
I haven't
actually.
said it. I have not said a negative word about Mrs. P.
No.
Nor will you ever hear me do it. I have
No.
a brother who has a lot of emotional issues and a lot of mental health issues, which is why I was very, very understanding of Mrs. P. I went out of my way to be there for her constantly. When she came on the channel, we gave her more passes than we gave anybody.
Oh, yeah.
Because I understand that she handles things and sees things differently. And you all know that I have, because even when she was upset about not being in the Cromwell Awards, I was the first one to say, it's not the Cromwell Awards. She's taking it personal as if people don't want her around.
Right.
Did I not?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you did.
Here's the thing. I won't let my brother say the horrible things that she says to me. So why would I let her?
Yeah.
So I drew the line.
Yep.
And I don't think people need to put up with post after video after post after video of horrible, vile things being said. I don't think that that's deserved of a pass. It's deserved to be ignored, but you cannot get angry at people if they become hurt by it. Why would somebody not be hurt by that, especially if you were there for them?
Which we were, and so is Country Joe Ben. Yes.
And Country Joe was hurt.
That
somebody that she felt supported her did not today. And I related to that. And I don't see anything wrong with the way Country Joe feels.
No, I don't either.
Yeah, Angela, I know. Angela, you're lucky that this is not my channel, and I'm not going to disrespect Leanne and Kristianne. So what you do is, right, first of all, don't ever tell me what to do. Second of all, you come on next time I'm live, and you and I can discuss this further.
Who? Where? I didn't see anything.
Pink Dagger, Kristianne.
Oh,
yeah, well, yeah. Mods.
I don't even know who she is. She pops up every now and again, like angry.
Yeah. Don't worry about it, CJ, please.
Oh, I'm not worried about her, sweetheart.
Okay.
No, she's obviously,
We do not want you getting attacked on our panel either. So mods, you can just go ahead and block that person if they come back up. Go ahead and just do it.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Gold Star Mom, you put the hammer down there, lady. You got this.
So here's the thing. It is crazy that we can't even have a conversation about this without it turning to this.
I know.
But they're going to take care of blocking that person. So hopefully the rest of the chat's been great, very respectful and understanding. And
hey, Blissful, honey.
That's right, Serotonin. And that's where I got to the point of. Because.
Oh, yes, exactly, Serotonin. Sorry, I just, yeah. Exactly. Think about it, guys. I mean, just, you know what? It actually makes me. It annoys me because it puts a bad look on people that do have issues and whatnot. That okay, so they're
Right.
going to be like that. And that's not true.
No,
You
it's
know,
not.
oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna go do that, Granny. I'm gonna go put it on subs only. Hold on, guys.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
I didn't
Thanks
even
for the
watch.
reminder, Jess.
I didn't watch, but I heard that she was on panel with him.
She is. That's what we were told anyway.
That's
Oh well.
okay.
I'm sure we're all getting roasted, but whatever.
She's a silly
Hello,
lady.
May West. May West, I'm honestly not too surprised to
Not
hear that.
surprised. No.
What?
People show who they are,
Oh,
me.
yeah. May West said that she knows a close family member of Mrs. P and she'll not give out any confidences, but will say Mrs. P has been toxic for so long that the family had to walk away. And that's a shame.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my point. When people make that decision to walk away, you shouldn't be told that you're wrong for that. And that's exactly what just
Right.
happened. Somebody came in here and said that everybody's wrong because people are all different and they should be treated differently.
How many times are we meant to do it? We've all tried. It's like, I don't know what people expect. The only people who are supporting Mrs. P now, apart from Robbie, are people who are using her.
Yeah. Hi, Boo. Welcome. I
And
agree
Of
with
course
you.
she was. Of course
And
she was, tits up. I'm not surprised. I didn't
wait,
watch them.
Right, 71. Yeah.
wow.
I know, right. Patchouli, she really just needs to, kind of like we talked about before when we got in trouble for that she really would be better suited to another community. So this didn't keep happening, this cycle over and over and over. But yeah, I don't see that happening.
But here's the thing. We said that because she says that she's being attacked all the time, that she couldn't make
Yes.
content, that she couldn't enjoy our channel because people wouldn't leave her alone. That's
It was
why
said
it
out
was
of
said.
kindness.
It was said out of kindness.
Kindness.
Right. But then
Yes,
it was made into be something
absolutely.
it was not. And it turned into an
Right.
entire shit show. And
Right, which it shouldn't have been because there was
right.
nothing bad meant by it.
But I'm not seeing the attacks.
No, I'm not.
I'm seeing her doing the attacking.
Yeah.
And that's what I
Yep.
spoke about.
Yep.
Well, if you think about it, when have you ever seen her attacked? Where I've seen Natasha attack her. But I
Mm-hmm.
gotta say, I could be speaking wrong here, but as far as I'm aware, it's Natasha is usually starts off repeating something that she said, like about when saying about
Yeah.
the ad crying and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Gary,
Hi, Gary.
I'm exactly 100% with you.
Gary, tomorrow, after tonight, I won't be talking. I'm done. I'm just done.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Will I talk about the person who did what she did? Yes.
No, and that's why I said something. It wasn't necessarily because of Mrs. P.
Yeah.
I just saw you being painted as, oh, you went in there to cause trouble. I'm paraphrasing, but without anybody understanding why you did that. And the reason you did that is because you were hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why that's so hard for people to understand. Why do people jump to automatically, nobody has any kind of human emotions or feelings? Nobody feels anything, I guess, in YouTube. Nobody's feelings ever get hurt. And everything they do is malicious. I don't get it. It's not hard to understand. And
But
that's why I said
No.
something.
you know something, Sherry? It really all does come back to Jess. Jess. Hope you don't think I'm picking on you. I'm not. But it really does, right? Because Lycan is so obsessed with Granny, right? That's why he's doing what he's doing with Mrs. P. If Mrs. P was a fan of Granny, she wouldn't be there. And the reason the other one is over there with Lycan is because she doesn't like Jess. And because she doesn't like Jess, she started having issues with me. And then that's went hand in hand with her now having Mrs. P on panel. You see how it all comes back to the person's original feelings?
Yes. And that's what happened with me.
Yep.
Everything was fine. We were all together on panel. Jess was up there, Mrs. P was up there, and Jess was very kind to her. And Mrs. P spent a lot of time talking about how she was being attacked and couldn't make content, and just said, I will help you find other communities that will be better for you, where, because she kept saying Natasha's people won't leave her alone, where you won't be bothered. And she took that to the 19th level and got
Kristianne, I'll
upset.
be right back. I'm going to be
That's
muted for a
fine.
minute. I'll be right back.
And that's when she started talking shit on me. Time and time and time again. And nobody's going to sit here and fucking tell me that I don't have a right to be hurt by what she did.
No. And wasn't it right after that night when she turned on Jess after Jess said about the new community that Lycan had a sudden interest in her?
Yeah.
I never told anybody to unsub from her. I did
No,
not.
you didn't.
That's a lie.
People went over and did that were in your chat on their own.
On their own.
Just as if the rules were reversed. Just like her people were coming into your chat, white knighting for her. They'd unsub to you.
Yep, that smoke in the water or whatever said she'd unsub.
Yeah, there were 2 people that said they unsubbed. So you can reverse that. The same thing happened to you. Her people came over here and unsubbed. Your people went over there and unsubbed. It was no freaking grand ploy. And anybody saying go unsub and don't ever go over there again. It had nothing absolutely to do with that.
No. But that person likes to run with narratives. I've noticed that, you know.
Yeah, just like the chat was made so that people are going to take her down.
Yeah, it's the victim mentality.
And then nobody ever said anything bad about me, but I was shown fucking screenshots of conversations that were had.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah.
I just had it. I'm tired of just fucking letting things go.
Oh, the outrages will be there, though, Copa. The outrage is already there. I haven't heard it, but I can imagine.
And then you can't even have a fucking conversation about it. People have to come in and attack.
Yeah, and nobody's slagging her off or anything. We're just talking about what happened. No, it was really on mine, Caffeinated Slug. It was more on my channel. I went into her channel and I said one word, which was unsubscribed, and I left.
And she did it because it happened very quickly. There were all these community posts about CJ, Sally, Small Town Joel, all week. All this big to-do about the Krama Awards and this narrative being painted about CJ. Yeah. Somebody came in and told CJ that Mrs. P was on Brittany's panel.
Yeah.
CJ's thinking that Brittany supports her because she's said that. CJ's always helped Brittany with growing her channel and anything else. Had hurt feelings that it was just brushed and given a pass. So she went over and said, I'm unsubbed. It was a human reaction, and that's all it was. It was a quick reaction to emotions.
To be honest, Kristianne, somebody came in and said that she was in her chat, right? So I actually went over to see what she was saying in the chat. And when I clicked on it, she was actually on the panel. So that was even worse because I was like, what?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So CJ had a quick emotional reaction. Should she have did that privately? Probably. But
Probably.
we're human beings. When you get pissed off or you get emotional, you do rash things. But then it was made to be a whole ordeal. That
And it's
CJ
still
was
going on.
dictating who was allowed on people's panels, and it wasn't even about that.
No.
It came from a place of hurt feelings. And I don't understand why people don't fucking get that.
Plus, you got to remember, in my head, I've never seen her on her panel before.
Right.
Just seemed like off timing.
And I don't watch either, so I didn't realize that she was over there either if she has been. So it felt weird to me too.
No. I was like, oh, come on. Really?
What?
Oh, of course it would have, Jess. But then you got to remember, guys, I don't have private communication with Brittany in any way. Anyway, I don't have her email address. I don't have contact with her. So it's not like if it happened tomorrow with me and Sally or Jess or Kristianne, where I can get them offline. You know? So it's not like my brain even thought, well, I'll message her.
Right.
Of course they are, Sherry. They're enabling it and they're keeping it going.
And then once we, we're up there and talking about it, we came to the realization that, hey, it's probably the wrong way of going about it, and we ended it. Right?
You know, Lily Rose, I often think that. I think you're right. I agree with you.
What did Rose say?
She says she likes it when people go on camera.
Yeah, Rose, the only Lily, I used to do it all the time. You're right. I agree with you. But nobody else does, so I feel weird when I'm up there and everybody else is the avatar and it's me. I feel like I'm trying to get attention or something. It makes me feel like I'm trying to get attention, and I don't like to be the only one not on. So that's why I don't do it. But I have no problem being on camera. I used to go all the time.
Well, I used to go. I went all the time myself. But I tell you what it is for me: laziness.
Yeah. Getting
Like
yourself.
Yeah. And back in the day when I would go live regardless was long before the days of people taking screenshots of you on the screen and ridiculing you.
Yeah.
So it's kind of changed a little bit. Plus, that was before StreamYard too. So you don't have the option to do this if you stream through YouTube, which is what I always did.
And to be honest with you too, this community can be so hostile sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Leanne doesn't want to go on camera because she had an accident with her granddaughter with her tooth. And she's like, if I turn my camera on, they're going to clip me and they're going to make videos about me.
It's really,
and she was scared to go on, and that's sad.
Do you know what? It's actually really fucking sickening how bad it's got. How bad it's got that, I don't blame people for not going on camera.
Right. That was my point. Yep.
It's horrible how bad it's got,
Janet said the Cromwell Awards was a lot of work and was a lot of fun. Thanks to everyone who made it possible. Just remember, you're not a taco. You can't please everyone. The Cromwell Awards were a lot of fun. They weren't meant to hurt people. And it was crazy. That's another thing. It was crazy to me that that very night, there were actually people out there complaining and bitching.
Yeah.
I mean, some things need the bugs worked out. It was the first one. I'm sure by the next one, it'll be even better with the way things are set up or whatever. But had we not been nominated, I wouldn't have even cared. I would have still went and had a great time. I don't understand.
Well, the next one is the 21st of August. And this time it's the people's choice. So I'm not getting the blame for nothing. You're picking everything. The categories, the nominees, everything.
I agree, Tense Up. I don't know. I'm just at a point, guys. And you know that our channel is mainly non-drama. We do bring shit up here and there. But I'm in the community. I'm a member of this community, and things affect me just like it affects all of you. And sometimes I have to say things. And I just don't like that this was painted as an assault on Mrs. P and Brittany.
Do you know what? Really, at the end of the day, it's really got nothing to do with anybody else other than Brittany and I. And it's been coming
Right.
for a while with Brittany and I. I did it. I went into Brittany's channel, said what I wanted to say, and I will take the consequences of that. It's nothing to do with anybody else.
Yes, OG Fish, sure you can.
Sorry about that. My daughter and granddaughter stopped by. Sorry.
That's all right. If anybody has anything to say, don't be afraid to type it. We're not going to chastise anybody. Go ahead. If you don't agree, that's fine. I mean, we're here to talk about it. I don't want people thinking that we're going to attack anybody or block anybody. It's not how I roll. That's not how Leanne rolls.
No.
When CJ's up here, she'll answer questions. She was letting people on her channel say what they needed to say.
I'll always let people, as long as people aren't just talking nonsense, then yes.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's going to have a take on things. Of course he
liking
is.
a streaming us.
Because it has...
Wow. Is that how poor it is over there that you... Oh, my God.
I mean, it's going to be pretty boring over here for you. Because we're not shit talking. There's nothing controversial. So I don't know.
Right.
Did Fish say anything that she wanted to say?
Yeah. It's more of a statement than a question.
Oh, I see it.
I mean, I don't blame her. I mean, it has to be hard for subscribers, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about it. I'm a subscriber just as we have a channel because I go to other channels. We all are. We're all subscribers too. And It's hard enough to try to decipher through the shit. And then if you like a creator, then you feel like you can't like another one. And it shouldn't be that way. And it's only because of the crap that happens in between.
Hey, Hemi.
I do too, Oki Mom. Hey, Hemi.
Hemi, you don't have to leave the community. We hope you don't. Right, Irvin. You just go where you want to go. Yeah.
Irvin's great.
Wyoming Adventures. I hope you feel better.
Oh, I hope you feel better, honey.
And OG, that is exactly what my point was. If you say you're friends with somebody and you say you support them and you're there, then show that.
Oh, she's got a fun to fill, Delaney.
What?
Scammy's live.
Again? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right, though, CJ. She has a fund to fill. So, yeah. Makes sense.
8,500 wasn't enough, Leanne. She wants another 1,500.
Oh, my God.
How much was made? 8,000.
She got 3,500 for the holiday. Then she got 5,000 for spending money for the kids. And now she wants 1,500.
Milan said, I don't go in many chats. I like familiarity and comfort when I feel a connection to the creator and chat. I stay, and it's all about comfort for me.
That's the best way to look at it, Milan. That is the best way to look at it. You feel a connection with the creator. That's all that matters.
Right. That's right. That's part of the reason that I go to your channel, CJ, because I like you and I feel comfortable in your chat. And I think we all tend to do that a lot of times.
It is. It's true. It's like your channel. I told Kristianne I didn't get to be here because of the time, but I've watched both the lives about Jim Jones, and it was, I mean, it was awesome. It was just great. There's something about the way you two do it. I
Thank
just
you.
enjoy. You can't, and you don't get that. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not kissing ass.
I
It's
know you.
true.
No, I know.
I told
We
you
know
guys how
you.
I felt about
You
the
wouldn't say
Oh
anything.
yeah.
the
Right.
paranormal series. I thought was just done so well. I could see the work. I think that's what it is. I can see the work put in, and I
Right.
know how long these things take, and I just admire that. But I learned, and I told Christiane I did a lot of stuff, deep diving into Jim Jones a few years ago, and I learned stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, me too.
so
There's been a lot of new information. Yeah.
but you do get a feeling about a channel, and there's some places that I can sit for hours. There's some that I can't sit 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree with you. Some channels you're just in there a little bit and you don't feel welcome at all and you're not comfortable and it's like I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yep. Hi Dave
Amanda
G.
said, creators don't own subs.
Oh, it's amazing
Right.
how many think that. It really is
I
amazing.
know it. I agree. And I speak that as a sub as well. I'm not just a creator. I'm also, like you said, Christiane, we're subs too. So I agree 100% with that.
I just think you cannot hold this morality stick and say you're high on the ethics spectrum when we all sit and participate in some shit or another, right? Some
Yeah.
at a higher extent than others, but we all participate.
Pokemon, I'm with you. Yep.
There's so
I agree.
much hypocrisy. It's insane.
Yeah, narrative. No, we were never friends. I wouldn't say Brittany and I were friends. Like I said, we never spoke out with lives.
Tia,
And
I'm
I
really sorry about your brother. I'm sorry, CJ. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just
Oh
saw that
no, you're
Tia said her
okay.
brother passed away unexpectedly and her husband's in the nursing home for rehab. I'm so sorry. Hugs to you, Tia. Prayers.
Yeah,
Prayers to
Tia,
you.
keep you in my prayers, sweetheart.
I'm sorry. I'll be
See
quiet.
how I always looked at it was, and if everybody in chat can give prayers to Tia, how I always
Yeah,
looked at
please.
it was, Country Joe, that you and Brittany had a good YouTube relationship where you supported each other.
We
And
did for a while, Christiane, but it's not been like that for a while now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So when I watched tonight and I got super upset thinking that you guys still supported one another, and Mrs. P was allowed on panel after saying all these horrible things about you. That upset
Yeah.
me.
No, I get it. No, and there was a time when um I certainly was more supportive, but it all changed. And again, I got to go back to Granny. It's because she lied to me about. I don't want to bring it up again, but she lied to me about something to do with Jess, and I couldn't get over that, right? And then something happened with Darcy, and yeah, it's been tense between us, I would have said. And in a way, I'm kind of glad it's came to a head tonight, and I've just made it very clear where I stand now. I love you, Crafton.
So then that's basically what it was. Your emotions got you. You already had shit brewing, and you
Already
wrote,
was
I've
yeah,
unsubbed.
yeah.
Hi, Yvette. Hi, Crofton.
I got to tell you that initially I thought she was lovely, like really lovely. Like I couldn't believe it in a way. She was so nice. But then different things happened along. I mean, not just one or two, quite a few, including the thing with you, Christiane.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, no, you start kind of side-eyeing a bit. And then when she blatantly lied to me that day, I was like, nah.
Yeah.
And then, like, just every time you pull Brittany on something, she's either not seen it, or she was busy, or she didn't know about it. And it's like, and then tonight, I knew that's what she would say. Well, I didn't know anything about it. Nah, everybody knows what's been going on. Brittany's a channel owner. Don't tell me she didn't know. She's always on Likens, and Likens been talking about it all week.
I mean, I work, God, 2 weeks ago, I put in 75, 80 hours, and that is not an exaggeration. The only reason why I've been live so often this week is because I was sick and I was home from work. But if I can manage to keep up with everything that's happening, with everything I have going on, I'm sure it's not falling on deaf ears, the things that have been said and going on out here.
No.
No, and I was trying to give you the Cliff's Note versions of stuff that was going on to catch you up. So yeah, I mean, it's very possible because you were working a ton and you still knew what was going on. And I've been, MIA for the last couple of days for the most part because of my aunt passing away. But again, I know stuff that are going on too. So that's an excuse or a bunch of BS. You don't know what's going on.
Well, there's a lot of that narrative, You don't have to watch things get sent it.
Yep.
I mean, and that's part of the problem. All these horrible things are said about each other out here. And depending on where you're at, depending on who gets a pass.
Exactly.
And
I'm not saying I'm not guilty of that.
Right. We all
have been.
That's what I said. None of us can hold a morality stick high in the air.
Yeah. Oh, I agree about that, Enchanted. I said that to myself the other day. I'm not going to mention her anymore.
That's exactly right. And that's what I've done, but I'm telling you, it doesn't help. Because we had nothing to do with those Cromwell Award nominees or whatever, and there was shit said about us.
She had her on panel tonight, Kristianne. And I went in. Somebody came into my live and said that Mrs. P was in the chat. So I went over, and she was actually on the panel. So I went into Brittany's chat and just said unsubscribed. And then pretty much everything kicked off.
Thank you, CLM. I appreciate that. Yeah, from just one word it started, right?
Yeah. But I guess the narrative being ran with is that I told people to unsubscribe too.
Yeah, and that's not at all what happened.
No, that's not true.
And just like her people came into your chat and told you they were unsubscribing, it was the same thing.
And I wasn't thinking that at the time. I really wasn't. Like now when I look at it, yeah, maybe I should have said to myself, well, hang on. Other people might feel they gotta unsubscribe because you've said that. I really didn't think it wasn't a calculated move. It was just a knee-jerk reaction.
And that's exactly what I was trying to say. It was an emotional reaction. You were upset.
Yeah, and that happens to all of us. Absolutely.
And it's understandable because had the roles been reversed and all those community posts and all those videos were written about her.
Yeah.
And then Mrs. P was over here telling a whole different story. I think that she would be upset as well.
Thank you, Delaney. Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, Metal Girl, that's what we are doing that. But.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Metal. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna fight with Mrs. P every day. That's crazy talk.
No.
Problem will be
actually.
Sorry. I was just gonna say.
No, go ahead.
We can all stay quiet, right? We can all ignore her. We can all stay quiet. But if people like him, and the other one continue to use her, it's very hard to not hear about it. And just like that, we're only all human beings. And if she says something really ridiculous, I can't promise that I won't react.
Right. And that's what my point was.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you?
You know?
Why wouldn't
Yep.
anybody be upset? Like, we were upset when it happened to us.
Mm-hmm.
Did I address it? No, I didn't. I chose not to address it. But didn't mean I wasn't upset. And nobody can tell me we didn't have the right to be.
Oh, the
And I
first
just
time she
blocked her from the channel.
the first
I
time
did
she
it.
went for me,
Tell her my
I
phone's
put a
off.
video up
Reading
telling
her
people not
message.
to attack her.
Reading her message.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Hey,
Kristianne
Leanne,
must
I'll
be
be right
doing
back.
mom duty. Okay.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. She's doing mom duty. That's what I was doing just a little bit ago. Because my daughter stopped by. But no, I had to block Mrs. P from our channel because we just couldn't do it anymore. You know, that
No.
sounds harsh, but we tried. We both tried. We tried behind the scenes. She would text us and call us. We tried our best to help her out, and it didn't work. So we just made the decision after her last time of posting some horrible community posts about us and different things that we were just going to block her from the channel. Sometimes you just have to do that. I know, like I said, I know that sounds pretty harsh, but we had to. It was
Well, I
just
don't think
becoming ridiculous. The cycle just goes over and over and over she goes around from channel to channel, it seems like, and that cycle repeats.
Well, also, Leanne, when you're a channel owner, you got to think about the other people in your chat. And it was
Absolutely.
starting to be it was starting to be that there was more people upset with her than what there
Yes.
was not. So you're not gonna isolate all those people for somebody who
No.
doesn't give a shit what they say.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, we want people here to feel comfortable and not feel like they have to watch what they say or, walk on eggshells, so to speak, because that person's in the chat and might just take it the wrong way. Absolutely. We want everybody comfortable. And it's the same way with you, CJ, on your channel. I know that,
Yeah.
you want everybody to be comfortable and have fun in your chat and be able to speak freely.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. As long as they're
And it was
respectful, it's the same thing here.
yeah, it's not an easy situation, but I don't think anybody can say that we haven't all. Some people have tried more than others, but we've all tried, and it's been thrown back in our faces.
Okay.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Oh, that's fine. You're fine.
Oh, I
Doing your
can
mom
believe that,
duty is
Crafton.
important. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, CJ. I believe it. Wow.
what are you saying about having to look out? Yeah, it's hard to be a channel creator because you have to balance
Hmm.
trying to make everybody happy.
We were
And
Yeah,
talking, I don't know
everybody's
if you heard what we were talking about. We were saying, that we had to block Mrs. P from our channel because, and like CJ pointed out, you have to watch out for, the people in your chat too, that person is
oh,
affecting them as
yeah,
well. Hmm.
right.
Yep.
And that's why I say we gave Mrs. P more pass than most people
Yes.
because we didn't take our subs into consideration. We took her feelings into consideration. And
yeah.
that's wrong. We shouldn't have to do that.
No,
Right.
I think that's why. I mean, it must be even worse for you guys, but that's why I got so angry because I never done anything but try and help the woman,
Me too.
and none of us deserved it. None of us.
Hey, true
Oh,
helper.
wow. I was reading Crafton's comment. Hey, True Helper.
No, and I said that earlier. You shouldn't have to walk on eggshells on how you word things.
Nope.
Um,
That's funny. I just said pretty much that same thing too. Yeah. I know,
I don't
right,
know.
T.
I
Adams?
don't know
That
what
was
the
a
fucking
problem
answer
too.
is. What?
That's true,
no,
Linda.
T. Adams was just talking
Yeah.
about how she would come up on panel and it would be all about her, and it would just be the panel was taken over. That's true.
That is so true. You could be talking about the solar system, and she would just change it back to herself.
Yep. That's right, Crofton.
I mean, if anybody wants to come up, I'm going to drop the link.
Yeah, come on up, folks.
You
okay, Kristianne? You're sounding a little down.
No, I mean, I feel bad. I do. I don't like the fact that we're being fucking streamed. I know everybody's talking shit. I'm so sick of the shit talking. I don't fucking sit over here and talk shit and stream people. I don't understand what the fucking drawl is to sitting around and listen to somebody talk shit. I don't get it.
Thank you, CLM. Appreciate that.
This shit upsets me.
I know it does. I'm not saying it doesn't upset me. It's frustrating, and I wish I knew. Gold Star Mom, I believe Lycan is the one that's streaming us right now.
Well, he probably thought that's probably why Pink Dagger was sent over, asking me to unprivate my life, because he was probably going to play that.
Hey, Crofton.
Hey,
hon.
hey. Yeah, I just didn't. I got the bullet points while Kim was busy, and I couldn't really put it all together. But thanks. Yeah, that told me what. Yeah, it sounds like a lose-lose situation for you, CJ. I'm sorry to hear that. Like,
it
no matter how
like
you
that. Act. Yeah, it does. It feels like that, Crafton.
Because you got. Because what I was saying in chat, I mean,
hey,
and I.
Hi.
Hey, Paige.
Hi, Paige.
Hey, Crafton.
But yeah, even the lose-lose situation is the more you help a person, let's just say person A, and just not even like give them sound clips. The more you help a person, sometimes that becomes risky because of things that they do or say that then are reflected on you personally in the fact that you're supporting that person. We were under the gun. If you guys remember, we were under the gun heavy duty because we were getting accused by Natasha for using her to weaponize her against Natasha. Like that was the whole purpose, that we're being nice to this person is simply because we've got this huge vendetta against Natasha so much that we're gonna, cozy up to. No, we ran over there because this person was talking about hurting themselves, and we were fed up with this concept that was to be used for a certain channel's amusement.
Yeah.
That was it. There was nothing further. There's no conspiracies to add on top of that. And so as we became friends with this person, that's where, like I said, at that point, that birthday live, it was just like, oh my God, man. It's like they didn't just say that, and ended it, privated it. Sure enough, parts of it were clipped out already. And I don't know. It's just like, it's just I don't know. It's very hopeless. It feels like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I 100% get it. And I was much the same. And then there were a lot in Gold Star Mom. There were other people in the community that felt like you did. Like we wanted to help her.
Well, that's what's happened since, isn't it? Since Crafton and Kim, it's just been a long list of people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always the same end result.
And I'll say this too. I'll go on the record that I believe, honestly, that Nina was trying to help her too. And she just got exhausted. I mean, she couldn't help it. And Nina herself is exhausting. So that wasn't going to last long anyway. But as much acrimony as everybody knows that we have with her, I believe Nina was genuinely trying to help her. Somebody's echoing.
Fish.
On mute. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You might have YouTube playing in the background. Turn off your YouTube and it'll stop.
It feels like,
There you go. I 100% get it.
Kristianne, can you drop the link for Jess?
Yeah. I don't know what the answer is, guys. I mean,
I don't either.
It's a
I don't
freaking,
either.
I know. It's just a cycle of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Constant shit. And, you know, people are victims all the time. And people hold this morality stick and this ethics stick all the time. And nobody's more a victim than anybody else here.
No.
And it gets fucking old. And what happened tonight was CJ had an emotional fucking reaction, which I think if the roles were reversed would have been much the same situation. And then it's this malicious thing where people are trying to tell people to unsub and dictate who's allowed to be on panels, and white knighters coming in and people coming into my chat fucking telling us people off. Like, come on.
Yep. No, if the roles were reversed, then there would be there'd be multiple channels going live about it. That would definitely be the topic of everybody's conversation, because it's like YouTube is one huge water cooler with an office building with several water coolers. You know?
I just, at the end of the day, I just think it always comes back to who people like and who they don't like.
Exactly.
And they will allow things they will stand by things according to that. You know?
What happened tonight was CJ had passes according to reaction, which I think if the roles were reversed would have been much the same.
Deja vu.
And then people are trying to tell people.
I think it's fish.
Yeah.
Fish, we wanted to hear you. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I think she was just, because she talked when she came up. She said she was going to mute, but I think she was just having sound issues. I dropped the link.
Kristianne, I was going to say, Jess was trying to get your attention there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Jess is being
I'm just emotional tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and you're right. It is who people like, because if they like you, they're going to give you passes.
Yeah.
It's parasocial relationship 101. People who like a creator and don't leave that creator and don't go outside of their bubble, and everybody else is wrong and everybody there is right, are going to find every reason in the world where everybody else is not seeing things correctly and they're malicious. It's just a normal thing around here.
Which would be fine if YouTube stayed on YouTube. You know, if it was just a case of people going back and forward on lives and whatnot, that would be fine. Problem is, there's so much real life now that
exactly.
You know, it's kind of like, well, how can you support that?
Hi, Rena.
Makes it a million times worse.
And then Lycan sitting there condoning what Mrs. P says.
Lycan
He is weaponizing her disability.
Anything that will create chaos, then that's fun for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gets him through the boring ass life in his mama's house while she puts gas in his minivan. Rather.
What gets me, and this is another thing about how don't underestimate Mrs. P, right?
Right.
When she sits there and Lycan, because I can get short with her constantly, and you say, "Shut up, Mrs. P," and I don't talk for a minute or whatever. I talks to her sometimes like total shit, and she doesn't say a thing, but yet she gets so offended by fucking nothing. But with other people, it's like she's not. She knows how to play the game, guys.
Yep, she sure does.
Yeah, and that's an acquired skill. It's an acquired skill that comes from real life. I mean, she's not. I mean, she's she wasn't born yesterday. In other words, and so
she's very good at manipulating. Don't you think, Crafton? I think she's a master manipulator.
Well, that's what I mean, though, is I think that it's come from succeeding at it in real life. and with the people in her real world around her,
So I think what the problem is, a lot of people underestimate her intelligence, and they talk to her like she's a baby. And I never
Right.
did that. I
Yeah.
talked to her as a peer, as
Mhm.
an adult to an adult. And because that's how I treat my brother, because my brother went through life being babied. And that's not doing anybody any good. None.
No.
So when people do that, and instead of acknowledging the behaviors that are happening, it just continues and it's given passes.
Mhm.
And she's an intelligent adult woman.
I think it's like the myth of Sisyphus. We're pushing this boulder up a hill, and as soon as it gets to the top, it rolls down the other side. But I think that we have to collectively just make it clear and never divert from this, that none of us up here, nobody in this chat over here wishes any harm
No.
whatsoever to come to that woman whatsoever, ever. And if somebody is harming her, we're going to get concerned, even if we are not in a relationship with her. And what concerns us up here probably the most right now is that she is around a person that will totally, absolutely, potentially harm her mentally. And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like CJ just described, has already shown the symptoms of it already to begin with, by just literally talking to her like she's some kind of pet or a second-class citizen.
That's exactly my point. That
Yeah.
you said more eloquently than I did, but that was exactly my point.
Because nobody wishes harm.
Hi,
And in
Mandy.
fact, I don't think anybody in here wishes harm on anybody, to be honest.
Nope.
We just,
No.
all we ever want is the people we don't like to just like go away and leave us alone and let us like enjoy ourselves. And I mean, that's just what makes it so frustrating. And I understand where you're coming from, Kristianne, because this is like the parasocial idea has really come to the forefront for me. It's like,
Yeah.
this isn't real life. We're not standing in a building with each other,
Right.
No.
We're just like, I don't know. That's where it just still baffles me. It's like there's a lot of, we come on channels and we talk and we display our personality, and people enter into a relationship with it that is one-sided or two-sided, or it's one-sided. But the two-sided element is they start communicating with us like they know us personally. And in Mrs. P's case, I think that she gets triggered on different things. I think they're sincere. I think that somebody says one thing, it hits her right at the precise moment that she is going to fixate on it like it was a personal insult said to her face when it wasn't.
Yeah.
And yet
Mm.
she could sit there with someone in her personal space telling her to shut up and just roll with it and not be, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bizarre. I don't know. That's as close as I can get to. I'm still
Because,
trying to figure it out.
well, I truly believe that she was hurt about the awards thing.
Yeah, I
Right.
do too. I think
I
she
do
took it
too.
personal. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why my first reaction, and I'm on Jess's live when I'm told about it. So you get my first reaction, and my first reaction was, oh, I'll put her in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have done that. But unfortunately, and it really wasn't that she went for me so much as Sally and the other people, but she jumped so quick from just being upset to being abusive that I was like, no, because it's not the first time either she's done it. And I was just like, oh, I've had enough.
Yeah.
But do I
Mm-hmm.
wish I had put her in those fucking awards? Yes, I do. But it
Yeah.
saved a hell of a lot of trouble.
Well, but even then, though,
Melissa J.
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Melissa J puts a very valid point up there. You know, even if she was to be, she may have been hurt, but in all honesty, she says, what would she have been nominated for?
Well, that's the problem, Melissa.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was going to say. Like, you run the risk of whatever it was being misconstrued as an insult.
Well, Crafton, as you all know, it was a chat that voted. So you imagine if she didn't win,
Mm-hmm.
the same thing would have happened.
Yeah.
I think it would have
definitely.
happened anyway.
Yeah.
I think it would have happened anyway.
Yeah, I think so, Paige.
I agree.
It's
Mm-hmm.
What I don't like though, guys, is the everything was turned around to make us look like we're being malicious, that we're attacking, that we're all horrible, and people are buying into that.
Yeah.
Mean people suck.
The people that,
Yes, they
are
do.
buying into it are doing that because it suits their agenda. That's the thing. Anybody with common
Absolutely.
sense could see that it wasn't a deliberate thing, you know?
Exactly. I think she's also,
One.
I was going to say, I think she's also behind the scenes with a select few people, those scumbags that know how to weaponize her. They know how to target in on her emotions, emotionally manipulate her, point her in the right direction, emotionally speaking, and that's why she gets into these cycles of behavior. See, I've been around long enough that I've watched her a few times, and I see these same patterns emerging over and over and over again. And it seems like when she is hurt and she gets into her emotional space, she lashes out. And now she's with these people that know how to weaponize that. They know how to use it for their betterment. Hey, what better to draw subs and clicks and views than to get those kind of get that kind of emotion out of her, you know? And I think it sucks. It really does.
Yeah.
This is a person with special needs, and she's obviously got her own issues and her own personal life. But I think if YouTube is becoming too much, if you are that reliant on the emotional support of others over social media, then you may need to step off for a while and gather your thoughts and collect yourself, because this ain't the place to do those kinds of things. I mean, you end up now, you got all this infighting and everybody's at each other's throats and all that stuff. I mean, it just takes the fun out of it. Like I said, starting out, I mean, people suck. Period.
Yep. Hold on a minute. Hemi,
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean about if we would be nicer to each other and not always upset, you would give more, but we always hate. So as a sub, you're out. I don't sit up here and hate. Leanne and I do content, real content, and I see you on all kinds of chats where there is real hate going on. And I'm sorry I'm calling you out right now, but I take offense to that.
I happen to love this channel.
Honest, scare me.
Thank you.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
We'll help her reporting for duty.
I'm tired of kicking around the bush and being afraid to say things because of who I might piss off. And that's hurtful to say that they're out because we're hateful. I don't sit up here and cause drama and hate anybody.
We try hard not to, you know, sit and reflect on drama, but sometimes things have to be addressed.
And yes. We've been around now for 2 months, and we've done more. We've done 3 series already. We just did 2 nights of nothing but research on cults. And before that, weeks of paranormal research. And before that, weeks of parasocial relationship. I don't sit up here and attack people, talk about people, and bring people into drama. I'm sitting up here today because I'm taking a stand on what happened today.
That's one of the reasons why I subbed to your channel. I found this to be a very neutral place, and I found it to be, you also don't pull no punches. If somebody's going to talk a certain way, you're going to address them. And I even remember certain incidents that you've let go. So I don't know, Hemi, I happen to disagree with that comment. I really do personally. And again, not, sorry to call you out, but I'm a very straightforward guy. I call a spade. I am what you see what you get.
A spade is a gardening tool.
That's true. That's true. It's also a card, and spades is a great game. Yes,
I mean,
it is.
I dare anybody. I dare anybody to pull one clip from any of our lives where we were hateful.
No, and remember, Kristianne, this is your platform. So this
Yeah.
is your place. If you have something to say, then you have every right to say it.
But here's the thing. I value each and everybody's opinion that subscribe to us. Is that the wrong way to go about it? Probably, because you can't please everybody. But I take things like that to heart. And like any human being in the world, I don't like to be accused of doing something I haven't done.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, me too.
Is Wayne Brady going to have to choke a bitch? Sorry,
Mhm.
Dave Chappelle.
But for me,
Oh,
like I
Lord.
said before, Kristianne, I'm disabled, and I don't like the fact that they're weaponizing Mrs. P for their pleasure. That really, really bothers me.
Amen to that.
Yeah, Paige, I
Yeah.
agree with you. And to tie that with what True Helper's talking about too, in our case, Natasha right away and her people were all like saying that Kim and I were weaponizing Mrs. P to use
Right.
against Natasha. Well, the fact was we
Mhm.
weren't weaponizing her in any given way whatsoever. We were trying to make
Right.
sure that she wasn't going to harm herself. That was it. That was done. And we were being a friend. And we were like, we hate that she's over there night after night after night playing your videos. And we kept telling her again and again, don't watch her. Don't go over there. Don't listen to that. And as a result, that was when all of a sudden the fact that it's like she wants to be weaponized in some kind of
Yeah.
way, because
I
she
agree.
then turned on us and then started saying and trying to like start some shit between us and Jess, or between Kim and Jess, that never happened. And it was just from there, it was like we had already blocked her and we were like, we have to just completely step away. Now, had we been weaponizing her, oh, she'd be on the very next night. So let's get to the bottom of this shit that we're supposed to have said about
Mhm.
Jess. I'm blah 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 blah. We did make a couple community posts, and that was it. We showed what she said when I went straight to her and asked her point blank, why are you telling people that Kim said anything about Jess to you in confidence? And then me and Jess CJ remembers we were on CJ's panel. I was
Yes.
like, of all people on earth, do you think she is the one to reveal anything that's sub-confidential, let alone truly confidential? It's like,
Right. High
no,
case discussion. Welcome.
you talk
Yeah.
politely to her, and you leave it on red for a day or two, and then you come back and you talk politely to her, and that's it. But so I think that there's a little bit of that in there. She's enjoying being the weapon.
Yeah. I mean, if
But
somebody.
Well,
Go ahead, Paige. Sorry. Go ahead.
where I drew the line was when she lied about cancer, because my mom died of cancer. And that's when I said no more, because that was the one thing she said that upset me, but I never told her because I don't want to fight with her.
I'm sorry. Okay,
I
honey.
get
Yeah.
that. It's that thing, isn't it, where they say, like a child will take attention, whether it's good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's probably the same for her. Like, even if it's not great, she's still the focus. I mean, look at all us talking about it now,
Yeah.
She'll be loving it.
We were at Natasha's when that all happened, Crafton.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that being said, that she was being used. And I never agreed with that when that was said, because honestly, what would you use her for?
Well, yeah, and I think that the image was that we had gone immediately in, and I had done a video over on Truth Fortune Teller regarding her and what Natasha Cooper was saying. And so that was like I had created some kind of content out of their feud. And so that was turned into the reasoning for it or something. And by the way, Kim says hi. To everybody.
Oh, hi.
Yes, hi. I remember that. And I think what they meant by that was that you guys were using her because she would easily go off and make videos, and use her to make videos about NC on your behalf. But you didn't need anybody.
No,
she didn't need anybody to persuade her to do that. She does that on her own. So I never agreed with that at all.
And then at the same time, though, it goes back to what I was saying a second ago. When we were talking to her, we were talking about trying to get her resources. As you guys know, Kim works with adults with disabilities, and so Kim's trying to help her get resources and things to, so it was just like trying to just be real life human being with her. And so then we have that one live that we will always keep private. We had developed this sort of little bit of a friendship type relationship, and it just became, I'm just using quotes around this. It became sort of Tourette's like. There were some things that were very inappropriately, it was embarrassing. It was like, okay, we gotta private this immediately.
I know one of them was about me.
Right, and exactly about things that could be smelled across the internet and various it was a train wreck, and it was like, no, we're not that good of friends. We're just trying to help. We're not sitting around the campfire smoking a doobie, or something here, or getting drunk. But so we just had to go cut it off, and then all of a sudden y'all saw how quickly, boom, it was video after video about us over there, and then that was being immediately weaponized. Everybody was like, look at that, by another group of people. But anyway, it's just she is a galvanizing individual. I mean, there's a lot of people that are trying to figure this out. I hope we can all figure it out together.
I don't think there is a way to figure it out other than if you're using her to put in videos, if you're using her to put on panels, shame on you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Did someone say doobie? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the best way to think. I think everybody just needs to stay united under one cause. Try to do the best you can, and just let her know that obviously no one means her ill will or harm. If she chooses to think that way, then that's on her. But at the end of the day, if she just doesn't go to the source or to the root of any problem that she has, then she's defeating her own cause, her own purpose. So if she wants to believe all those other people, that others are just neglecting her or being mean to her or wanting to disrespect her, then again, that's on her. No matter what kind of disadvantage she has, at the end of the day, she still is a conscious, forward-thinking individual. And I've watched more than a few of her videos to know she does know the difference between right and wrong.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. And Memphis Mama, I agree Robbie has great intentions with her as well, because I recognize what he's trying to do, because that's what I did. And I truly believe he does. I have misgivings about that, because I feel like she feels if she has these people behind her, then she can do these things. I've noticed that the things that she says is getting worse. And I think it's because she feels she's backed up. And I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that I don't, as long as this is allowed to continue to happen, where there's going to be vile community posts and videos and passes given, people cannot get upset when the person on the receiving end of those gets hurt or angry. Because naturally, you're not going to be able to ignore it after so much. And that's the honest truth. And that's where CJ was at, I believe. I mean, it was a week of it.
Well, imagine if we would have been rolling with the stuff that was said that night. Let's just say we just were like, ha ha ha, yeah, that is so great. Yeah, let's keep talking that way. And then she's back up the next night. Do you think she would have any qualms about going even further? That's why we put the bricks on it. We're like, okay, stop. Full stop. No. You've got our numbers. You're blocked on our social media and stuff. If there's an emergency that comes up that you need Kim's assistance or anything, let us know. never been contacted personally since, but there were millions or not millions, but there were, whatever. But yeah, you push the envelope as far as you can get away with it, all the way up to the edge. I mean, remember that there was a night when she did that one video in a nightgown, which was just like, oh no, why is
The
she
one
doing
with the
this?
lingerie.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that. Mm-hmm.
I thought, oh.
It was like, somebody tell her.
No,
Mhm.
I'm going to be
Yeah, I
honest.
get that too.
I found that endearing. I did. I
Yeah.
felt that she was trying to be playful and have fun. And her and her husband were getting a kick out of it. And I did. I found that endearing. I don't know why. It's just me.
Mhm.
But that was harmless fun to me. It's the other shit where you're telling just yesterday everybody's going to call her PO, parole officer, and wishing people's children would wreck in car accidents, and a dying lady that karma's going to get her and she don't care what happened. Like, that's the
Yeah.
shit I'm talking about. That shit should not be given a pass. And if it is going to be given a pass by certain people, then don't get angry at the people who aren't going to give it a pass and who are angry and upset about it and have something to say, because someone is going to have something to say.
Well, I don't want to say to that point, Kristianne, that I'm not saying that video of her in the nightgown in and of itself was like, ooh, oh my God, don't do that. It was what I'm saying is, oh my God, what's going to happen next?
Yes.
It was like, you're
Yeah.
doing this. Okay, somebody's got to put the whatever on this,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
because
I
it's
get it,
going
yeah.
to be next. We're going to have remember Natasha put dildos on her forehead. So
Yeah.
we're like, this, I
Oh.
don't know. It was
I
just that.
laugh every time you guys fucking make fun of that because I did it with her.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I remember
Glad
that.
you
That's
guys don't
her- that's
remember me doing that.
funny.
I
Oh.
do.
I'm not touching that one. Nope. There are so many jokes rolled up in that.
I drew the line
Oh,
at doing
shit.
that. I was
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. I mean, embarrassing moments. We all have them. So, but right, Crafton, you're right.
First name Dick, last name Ed.
Sorry,
but
I'm sorry. I was talking to Kim. What did I miss?
But let me add, though, because I said about Jess. Jess is off of probation. Yesterday was her last day. So there is no
Yay.
probation officer.
Congratulations, Jess.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations,
Nice.
Jess.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
But I don't know. I'm sorry. I started a whole big ruckus.
Mm.
And
No, you
No.
didn't, sweetheart.
No.
You did
Nothing
not.
to apologize for.
No,
There-
nothing.
But you guys don't understand. There were about 10 times this week where I wanted to go live and just scream. And because so much has happened this week, and it's just
Yes, what Mandy
ridiculous.
said completely. Yes.
And
Yeah.
the shit I
agree,
heard
Mandy.
yesterday with talking about vagina juice hitting the kitchen, hitting the floor.
Yeah.
Like, come
Mm.
on.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
I mean, I get the shock jock shit, but Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be upset by that. Sometimes you got to let that stuff out. You keep that
Yeah.
kind of, that anger, that frustration bottled up, it'll explode.
I mean, of
It'll,
course,
Yeah,
when you see shit like that, you're going to get a response. You can't say things like that and not expect it. And then when the response comes, all kinds of community posts are written that everybody's bullying and everybody on this. Like, what? Are we living on the same
Yeah.
planet?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry I'm being gross, but if somebody said my vagina lips were hanging on the floor, I would probably have a response to that. And I'd be damned if someone wrote a community post saying I was bullying mentally
Yeah.
challenged people when I responded to it. I mean,
Everybody's trying to help her.
Yes.
Everybody's trying to help her. The problem is not that Mrs. P hasn't had help. People have spent hours on phone calls and behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'm sure they are loving, Salem. It's giving it attention. It is. You're right.
Yeah, but
I mean, the shit needs to be talked about. It does. It needs to be addressed.
It's an important conversation to have, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we're in a drama community, right? You expect shit talking, you expect gossip, you expect this and that. But are we that desensitized that we're at the point now where we can say anything and it's okay?
To certain people, it's okay though. To be as low as they want to go, to certain people, that's okay.
I agree. Phil, we
Mhm.
have a few bad actors rolling around on these YouTube streets that think it's funny to get somebody all torqued up, like Mrs. P. So,
yeah.
but word of
No,
warning, I
and
will
that's
put this out there for all those that are doing that behind the scenes with her, and you know who you are. She will turn on you sooner or later. She's going to figure out what you're doing. And when she does, you're going to become her content. You will be her
Exactly.
focus, and there will be a
Be
target on
careful.
your back. So keep that in mind because we've
Yeah.
seen that before.
no, and then exactly somebody in the chat just said that this is going to get turned into us abusing her and talking about her. I mean, of course it is. We're having an intelligent adult conversation about the shit happening in our community, and nobody is going below the belt. So I don't know how, from this conversation, anybody can take out of that we're abusing someone.
And remember, Mrs. P does have disabilities, but so do a lot of other people in this community. A lot of people have got mental health problems, along with physical health. There's other people that need protecting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want small town Joe to have to hear again that Karma's coming to get her when she's dying, right?
Right.
Surely we should be protecting that lady.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
What about Jess and Jess's kids?
Yeah.
I feel like there's almost like this, let's call it the Cooper effect of how things that people are using. It's almost like if there wasn't a Mrs. P, it would be necessary to invent her. I mean, there
Yeah.
would need to be somebody because that person shifts, it turns into pivots, and it turns into a different person for the day or for the next several days, and it always comes back to in some form, shape or form that person's being weaponized, and she just fits the role because the people that want to take advantage of that know that they can get away with so much for so long that all the chaos that they want to create for the time being, it has a devastating enough effect that people continue to talk about it. We're still talking about her 6 months later after she appeared.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
good.
no, I know that, Mandy. You know, I don't know what her diagnosis is, obviously, right? But here's my question to you, Mandy. You must know. You know what her diagnosis is. I take it, right? So whatever her diagnosis is, does that mean she doesn't know right from wrong? Now, I'm asking that seriously, right? Because like I've said, I got a daughter with autism, and my daughter knows right from wrong. But I don't know what her diagnosis is, so maybe you're going to tell me different. But I would like to know that.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but the apologetic type videos I've seen her do before tells me that she does have a conscience, that she is
Yes.
smart enough to know
Mm-hmm.
that difference between right and wrong.
She
But
does
that's
know
just my
right
take.
from wrong. I think she does know right from wrong. But there are certain people who are ginning her up for a fight, and they
Yeah.
know about her emotional state, so they can do it. And that's wrong.
Hmm. I agree. I agree. They exploit that aggression that they know she has inside.
Hmm.
They've seen it before when the first time she left Natasha's camp and she was on all those other channels, and then she made up, and then she was gone again, and there was just so many different events. And they know that. That's why they're exploiting it.
Yep.
I mean,
And it's wrong.
Little Bird said you can't be accused of anything you never did. That's not always true. because
That's not true.
no,
She's saying right now, tonight, that we attacked her. Nobody attacked her.
Mm-mm.
No, not at all.
she made numerous community posts about me, and I've never said a negative word about her.
Oh,
And about our channel, and we haven't
Right.
talked negative about her at all.
Never once.
Mm-mm.
what it is right. Everything seems to be excused because of her disability. I want to know what the disability is so I can look into it myself and try and figure out if that's right or not. Should she be being excused because of the disability?
I don't think so. CJ, I don't think so. Because I am disabled and never once have I ever used my disability as a reason to be a bitch to someone. I think she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. And I don't think anybody should let her get away with that. Because she's mean and it's just wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that, Baroness. If that is it, that's what it is. Well, now I know. But I didn't know that. I'd never looked into it, or you know.
I didn't see Baroness's comment.
No, she's just saying she wonders why I didn't know, but it's just not something that
Oh,
I'd heard. Obviously, I knew she had disabilities, but then
Well,
there's so many
yeah.
different kinds of.
Well, we were, she told us and told Kim her disabilities, and I haven't piped in and said what, was said because we never got in contact with a direct doctor, provider, anything like that. So anything that we're saying is this what she's told us is what's
Yeah.
and so but if we were to take this to the full-blown extreme, let's say somebody that has full-blown is a totally different person. I'm not even making a hint towards anybody. Let's just say somebody has full-blown Tourette syndrome. It starts up a YouTube channel, and all they do is go live and say vicious and vile things. They can't help it. They're just they that's all they can do. People would have a right to be offended enough by it to report it and have YouTube remove it, and YouTube would remove that. And it probably happens more than we even know about
Yeah.
because people have access to devices, whatever their limitations are.
That's right.
So for us to have a reaction to that and try to discuss it in an adult manner is probably the safest. Like what we're doing right now is probably the safest thing to do, is because we are not attacking a person, because that's just gaslighting that person into doing something further. That's why we're saying that none of us wish any harm of any in any conceivable way, or anyone going real life on her. That was also infuriating when people
yes.
from
Yeah.
Natasha's camp are stepping in, acting like they've
Yeah.
got the moral high ground because they
Yeah.
call a fucking wellness check or something. Like, no, that's people truly gaslighting this poor woman. So we have the right to be talking about it. We have the right to have strong feelings about it and confusion, and to just not participate in. I have not looked at a single thing on her channel in months. And Kim was done with her before I was. When she inserted herself into Kim and Jess's relationship the way she did, Kim was immediately done. And it took me a little while longer because I was trying to understand. I was trying to like, no, there's gotta, and then it was like, no, that's it. And so I don't watch her. I don't listen to her. And I'm just confused that I'm not confused, that somebody like Lysol and the rest of those mutts would want to have somebody like that around. That I think is taking advantage of somebody.
Yes.
And that is just cruel. That's mental fucking cruelty. And so if
That's
there's
just
anybody we're
mean.
calling out, it's that motherfucker and those people that are over there enjoying the shit out of the chaos being created in its wake.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
So true, Clifton. So true. Couldn't have put it better. Yep.
And I think somebody said in the chat, what's the most graceful way to
OG
handle it?
Fish, you are absolutely awesome, and I have never heard you say anything like what I'm describing. I mean, an extreme case that if someone were to come on live night after night, like on their channel, saying really depraved shit, like a very extreme case, it would be gone, and none of us would be tuning into it.
Right.
Because everybody has a right to feel safe and feel protect. You know what I mean, not protected, but nobody deserves this abuse from her.
No, absolutely not. And that was my whole point.
Every time she says Sally's name now, she calls her a drunk. It's
yeah.
He doesn't care, Granny. No.
Somebody said, what's the most graceful way to handle the situation? Well, for me, I'm just not going to talk about this after tonight. I think it's good that we did. I think it was a long time coming, and it's healthy. And if she continues on and people still encourage it or give it a pass and not address it, then don't get upset if somebody on this side gets upset with you or her.
Jess wants a link, guys.
Yeah, I do.
I'll tell you what, I'm upset with both of them. Lysol for doing that to her and her for letting it happen to herself. Because I don't understand him. He is waiting for her to explode.
Yeah.
He's waiting.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. And I think that says something about the people that are involved in doing all this emotional manipulation and trying to gaslight these types of responses out of her. At the end of the day, every one of us has a conscience, and we all know the difference between right and wrong. So to those people out there that are doing that, we see you for who you are. But then again, I don't take much stock, nor do I really respect anybody that speaks about women like some of them do. So, yeah. But that's just my opinion.
I've sat on my tongue quite a lot when he starts going after women. And that's when I just say,
Yeah, I'm that old school type, I guarantee you. Guys like that wouldn't say those types of things around me.
That's everybody's right. If you want to have a channel and speak that way, then that's fine. And most people just won't, who don't like that kind of shit, just won't go and watch, right? But you can't have a channel and speak that way and not expect the people you're speaking about to react. And if that's what you're looking for, don't turn around and say, oh, well, she said this or he said this, and that's why I'm saying this, because you're just making the cycle keep going.
Yeah. But truly, I think that is half of the reason that he's streaming this live, but the other is just that he loves the attention. It feels like he's like,
and he doesn't care how he gets it.
I don't know.
Just like Mrs. P.
Yeah.
It's
true.
Congratulations, Jess.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Proud. Yes.
I know since he's streaming it, I know apparently he was saying, because of Angela's clips and giggles, I saw the clip, that I didn't accomplish anything the time ran out.
You accomplished a lot.
Yeah, you could have fell back.
That's right.
You accomplished a lot.
The whole point of probation is to make sure said individual doesn't get in trouble. Obviously, you haven't, or it would still be going.
Do you know how many people don't make it through a probationary program and they go and they don't break their habits and they don't get through the problems? They just keep repeating the same behavior. There's so many that fail.
Well, many people don't make it through recovery alone. And I find it ironic that his biggest things against me is that I'm a drug addict, that I'm a felon, but that's also what made his channel grow and gain attention is he used the clip where I told my story and he put, the Elton John song behind it and made a clip. And that was the most attention he's ever gotten on his channel. And many of his own people who sit there now were over there relating to me on the addiction part of it. So the idea that that's now weaponized when you literally said it brought tears to your eyes just tells, it should tell everybody right there who this guy is and what mask he wears based upon what he thinks people want to hear and see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he knew all this about you when he wanted to date you.
I mean, we've had conversations about it. He also knew about it when he called me, what was that, May 13th, to confess that he still has feelings for me. So, of course, he knew all of this. It's an easy go-to, but it's funny because it's always been the losers like him, or, you know, it's like the ex that calls you to, like, tell you, like, remind you, I don't want to be with you. And you're like, bro, we broke up, like, you know, a week ago. Why are you calling me? He's like that. Like, he just has to, like, try to throw these little jabs, but all they're doing is it's like, move on. It's one of those stupid things. Like, you can't use against me my recovery, my addiction, my felons. Like, he has no bearing on me. It doesn't matter what he says, but him use them against me when he literally knew all those things. He just looks and sounds like an idiot. But he's also insulting everybody else in the chat who's overcome addiction. Everybody else in the chat who has a criminal record. And that's the most ironic part of it all. And these people, they just stay, you know.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. Hanger jokes and all the other nasty things. But anyway, as far as Mrs. P goes, I know it's easy to say he's weaponizer, and I do agree because I have private messages where I said it to him. I said it when I saw that the so-called Mrs. was hanging over with her, and I said, why are you guys entertaining Mrs. P? It's not good for her. You know, it's really not fair to her. She needs to be ignored over here. And he acknowledges it, so he knows it. But here's the thing. He's always had a disabled person on his panel. And every community, he's always weaponized people. But Mrs. P is also very much aware. So she can't be excused. She finally just met her match and somebody who will allow her to be her nasty, vile self. And I also want to, while they're streaming, I want to remind Mrs. P, you put out medical papers showing you had vaginal warts. You were not one to talk about anybody's vagina rotten, anybody's vagina touching the ground, or any of that stuff, when you literally showed that you had vaginal warts. So you, of all people, should be able to educate your newfound buddy Lycan on what vaginal warts are and how they're caused, because you showed that you had them. Shameless.
Again, not touching that one. Nope, not with a 10 foot pole. Ain't touching it. Mm-mm.
In more ways than one.
That's true. That's true.
Now all of my videos are up.
Hell to the no.
I think
She wanted to prove that she had cervical cancer, but she also proved at the same time that she had vaginal warts. So there's that, Mrs. P, and I have it. So if you want to tell me I'm lying or you want to question it, I have it. And as far as calling a probation officer, I know you watched my entire stream and you're not that dense. So you do know I don't have a probation officer anymore. But you, Mrs. P, you cry that people go real life on you all the time, right? You wanted, well, you know, I'm talking to an attorney this week because Glenn went real life on me. Mrs. P, everything you get, you deserve and more. I am sick of you being a bully, being nasty, being vile, and then crying victim and turning around and being just as nasty. By you saying people should call the probation officer I do not have, you were willing to go real life, which makes you just as wrong. You are never going to be a victim again because you crossed that line.
Yes, she did. But when she lied about having vaginal cancer, I'm telling you what, I almost wanted to put my foot up her butt because I knew
she had vaginal warts.
Yep. But she was telling people that she had vaginal cancer, and I caught her lying about it.
Right, because she said she had her ovaries removed, her cervix removed, and then she said she had this. She was contradicting herself all over the place.
Yep. And so when I asked her, I literally asked her what kind of chemo she's using because I wanted to see if she knew what she was talking about. And she got it mixed up, and I'm thinking, she is lying about this. I have a gut feeling. She did.
Is that I didn't know that's what you were referring to, Paige. I didn't know any of this happened.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't know about that.
Well, on one, I don't think she has the video up anymore where she was saying she had cancer. And it really bothered me because my mom had a very rough time with the cancer when she was alive. She lasted 2 years and she had 44 rounds of chemo, 10 hospitalizations, and 7 surgeries.
And this was my whole point. If things are allowed to be said and given passes, you don't know what it's going to do to other people, and you cannot get upset.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I agree.
That's what I mean about you got to protect your whole chat.
Yep. But it just set me off really badly because I told her, I said, you should not be lying about this because you are slapping people in the face that have lost loved ones and lost or survived cancer. I said, I was being really nice. And I said, I wish you wouldn't do that. But
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So
I'm going to hop down, sweetheart.
I'm sorry you're upset, Paige.
Kristianne, I'm going to head down to 20 to 5 here.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to get to bed too. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you guys.
Okay.
Good night.
Thanks for coming up.
Bye, Paige. Bye, CJ.
Yep.
See
It
you,
makes
Paige.
me-
Take care,
makes me want
CJ.
to cry for her. And this is a prime example of when things are said and when things are allowed to be said, you don't know how it's affecting the people in the community.
That's true.
There's got to
That's
be
very true.
a line drawn on what is given a pass. And it just seems that more and more everybody is becoming more and more desensitized, and the bar gets higher and higher on what you can say to have an effect on people. And it shouldn't be that way. Hi, Lonnie.
Hi,
Well,
Lonnie.
Kristianne, what gets me is they, Lycan and them sit over there and they swear up and down I lied about my cervical cancer, right?
Yeah.
But he literally was having somebody on his panel, not just Mrs. P, but also he had AA, both of who have lied about having cancer, and they don't say a word. They don't say a word about. You have legitimately liars about cancer on your panel as you're trying to convince everybody I lied about mine. But you're not calling them out and you know they lied. That is when you know somebody is speaking purely out of hate and dislike for somebody and not because they think something is wrong. They don't even, I bet you he doesn't even believe I lied about it, but let's say he does. So lying about cancer is wrong, right? But you're going to host people that literally have, and you know they lied about it and not say a word. So are you mad that somebody lied about cancer, or you just don't like me? Which one is it?
There's a lot of hypocrisy, and that's exactly right. It depends on who you support, on what you're going to deal with and give passes to. And that's why medical records, medical conditions, any of that should be off limits. Nobody should be even talking about anybody's fucking vaginas and cancer. It's
Right.
nobody's business.
Or making jokes about abortion.
Yeah, take it back to the root.
Exactly.
Why are we even talking about it? Why does the drama community have to include people's medical fucking records?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're 100% right.
What about the drama community says, okay, we're in the drama community. That means everybody has a right to say something about this person's ailment, this person's medical condition, this person's job, this person's looks. That's not drama.
Well, the look part is drama. People like the look part. I mean, people hate speech, call me ugly, do this, do that, but keep it to YouTube. And I know a lot of people, you, Kristianne, Leanne, you guys don't like look shaming and all. I get mad. I call Natasha Cooper fat very often. I mean, it is what it is. But that's like all like words. But when you start invading somebody's real life, that's where you're wrong. And these same people preach they don't go real life, but you do, and you are.
Mm-hmm.
People need to stop. The only way it's going to stop is, and I say this all the time, I'm a subscriber just like a creator. I'm a subscriber and a creator. As a subscriber, I honestly have no interest in going to anybody's live where they're revealing somebody's real life stuff. It makes me feel like shit. It makes me feel gross. It makes me feel like I'm like being sneaky. Like there's I shouldn't know these things. And it's true. So if we stop participating in those kinds of things, then people wouldn't present those things as content.
But you're always, unfortunately, there's always going to be those nasty people, or even like I say to people often when they come back over and they tell me, did you hear, this and this and this and this? And it's like, no, but why are you even listening?
Exactly.
That's why they do it, because they listeners. And the more nasty you are, we've seen it, we've witnessed it, the more attention these people get.
Yes.
And that is why they do it. And it's not until it happens to somebody else and more people start speaking up that that person gets shut down for doing it. Or it just goes on until subscribers have enough of it, or it hits home for somebody. But it usually comes down to when it starts being said about more and more people. Dorothy, for example, she ran her mouth, and everybody was okay, and people were modding. It was no big deal until she turned on them. And then they came and they wanted to align. And then the next person. Then there was a whole army of people against Dorothy to bring awareness of Dorothy. And unfortunately, that seems to be the way it needs to go for people to do anything. It has to personally be said or happen to them.
Right. And that's my point.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's not going to stop until we stop listening to it and participating in it. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. And as far as look shaming go, I mean, we all talk shit. We're all human, right? If we're not doing it publicly, we're all, at least with our group of friends, saying something. It happens to all of us. You're lying if you say you never freaking said look shamed in your life. But I think when you're trying to point out behaviors about somebody, bad behaviors, and I think it just takes away from the argument when you go there. You know what I mean? I think there's enough things that can be said about a person's behavior in a logical way without having to go to the looks, because I think you start losing the argument when you go there.
You're right. And that's why I stopped even listening to Natasha or even, Lysol. I won't listen to his streams, and I certainly won't restream them because, one, I don't need them for content. Two, when you listen to them, you get so angry and you want to match their energy, right? Like it is easy for me to be like, oh, you bring up, a hanger because the hook of a hanger's hung more than you are. Like, what are you mad about hangers being longer than you? Like, and then I'm like, well, that's actually, equally as gross in concept, right? Like, all right, you have small dick energy. We get it. Like, we get it. But, and then Natasha, when she's going on and on, it's easy to be like, oh, you fat effing, because it's like, she takes you to that place. I can't even describe it. But that's why I stopped doing it, because I'm not being any better. And it's not, and it really, when you hear other people, you're kind of like, wow. Like, it's like listening to the same person. Like, yeah, it doesn't work.
Jess, Irvin wants you to check your messages, Jess.
I saw them.
Okay. And that's my point. When that bar is so high that people have to say the most vile things, it is going to get an extreme emotional reaction out of the recipient of that. And it's going to be very hard to keep your cool and speak logically and speak just about the behavior and not give back the same energy. I get that. And I don't know the answer.
Well, here's the thing, Kristianne. Unfortunately, this is a drama community, and bringing awareness we've gone past the point of awareness, right? People are now aware. You are aware of Natasha Cooper because when this community started out, many people weren't aware of Natasha's history. So it really was awareness. Right. But at this point, this is straight up drama. There's no longer awareness. Nobody's trying to point out the behavior. Everybody's just trying to one up everybody else, and it's become downright gloves off, nasty, vile. But look at the people that are in it. Look at the things they say. Look at things they do. So it's like gloves have come off at this point. And honestly, look shaming is literally like one of the least of the concerns at this point.
Exactly. And let me say this. I sat over there, and I've said this to you privately. Leanne and I talked about this. I've sat over there, and the more that people bashed her, the more that they went below the belt, and the more vile they got, the stronger my support of her got, because it victimized her even more.
Yeah.
Me. And I saw this side of the aisle as extremely hateful and gross. And the more we do that over here and use that type of language and logic when you're trying to even talk about our makeup sales, when you go that low, it makes their commitment to her and their support of her 20 times stronger. You are not getting to them. You may think that you're spreading awareness and you can affect one person over there. You're not. They're not listening. The more you talk in that way, the more they won't listen. And if they do, that's all they're going to hear is bullying, quote unquote bullying. And they're going to stay there forever.
Well, and it also goes back to that point of, when somebody supports a creator, nothing they say or do is wrong. And it goes back to that same thing with so that they hear this guy speaking like that, then you turn around and when Natasha's speaking like that, they think she's justified because they think she's responding to us and not that we're responding to her. So it's literally a game of, who done it.
And that's exactly right, just because people, when I came to this side, would say to me, how did you sit over there and listen to that? The answer is, I did not think she was wrong in retaliating. That was her way of responding. And who am I to tell somebody how to respond to being bullied? And that's how I felt when I was over there. Did I shut my camera off and drop off the panel when she got bad? Yeah, I did it all the time because it did bother me. I mean, there were times I went to bed and felt fucking horrible. I didn't say the words, but I sat next to her when she was saying them. But I looked at it as her having the right to say things back because they were being said to her first. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's where my mindset was. That's where Leanne's mindset was. And you're exactly right.
Yeah. It's that parasocial relationship that was going on. Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know how. I mean, everybody likes to watch the makeup sales, right? They like to participate in it. Everybody likes to get together and bond over it and talk shit. But if you think you're going to show these makeup sales and point out all the wrongs with it and all the exploiting and all of the taking advantage of people, they're not going to hear that. If you just watch the chat and they know that one of us is streaming it, they stand stronger with her. They start buying it more. It's having that reverse effect.
Yeah, at this point, I personally don't care what they do. I think it's
I don't give a shit either. Yeah, I'm with you.
Like today, I tuned into CJ's, but I had the volume down. I didn't even want to so much as hear Natasha's voice. But for a lot of people over here, I will say this. One of the reasons my channel did grow as quickly as it did is because I didn't have rules like no look shaming. We're going to, we're going to do this right and we're going to do this nicely. I balls to the walls. You want to curse Natasha Cooper out for what she's done you? Curse her out. And a lot of people over here are hurt. They're angry, tired. And that is where those nasty things come into. Now,
I get it.
And I also get what you're saying because there's times where, I hate to even say, I'm not going to say who, but you all know who, where I'm listening and I'm sitting there jaw dropped like, wow, you just said that? Mm-hmm. So like, and then I'm like, especially, and that's why I said, I personally, when Natasha's on Twitch and she's selling makeup, let her be on Twitch and let her sell her makeup.
Yeah.
She's not harming anyone.
Yeah.
And at that point, we are bullying her. That is bullying her. If she's not speaking about somebody and she's not causing anybody harm, let her do her thing. Because I can tell you, and I know you can now relate too, when you are being streamed and you're trying to do nothing but be with your community and you're not doing drama and you just want to, be with your people, it is infuriating.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, what are you going to do? People are going to do it. So just carry on with what you're doing. And that's what Natasha's been doing. She's not really reacting to being restreamed because she's learned not to. But like you said, her people are now purposely buying the makeup knowing that we're watching. So she's really benefiting from all of it. But then again, so are the subscribers who are still angry, and they want to be able to say, you know, the things that they could never say in her chat. So it's like, I don't know.
No, I
It's
get
never
it.
gonna. It's unfortunately the crime community. It's never gonna end.
It's not.
Cycle.
It's not.
It's tired. That's why people come here, though, because you guys do things other than that. That is why we're here.
Yeah.
In my opinion, anyways, why I'm here, because I enjoy listening to Jim Jones and parasocial relationships, or even just kicking back and laughing and doing all that stuff and not hearing Natasha or screaming or any of it. And yes, I'm a screamer myself, so whatever.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, when I've been in, like today, when we were in watching on CJ's, I was participating, you know, and it goes against everything I just said, because it does sometimes feel good to let that pent up animosity that you feel out, of course. But is it the answer? Is it the answer as the way to get her to stop? It's just making her stronger. It's making her community stronger. It's making her more money. It's victimizing her, and it's giving her content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
But you're right. I mean, what's the answer? There isn't one. I don't know. There's a lot of hypocrisy in this community. You see it more and more every day, and it depends on who you support, on what you're going to put up with, and who you support on who is wrong and who is right. And there's more and more people not willing to talk it out and come to a resolution. And I guess it would be a boring community. It wouldn't really be a drama community if there was always resolution. There's always going to be victims, and there's always going to be the bullies, and it's just how it is.
That's why I said to you the one day that I hate for you that this is, I love that you're here, but I hate for you that this is the community that you're in, because you have so much more to offer. You have so much better content to offer than what this community unfortunately most want. And as far as hypocrisy, I literally, I don't know what it was, but it dawned on me that I was like, I'm not even, like, I was becoming who I'm not normally am. And I was being nasty and vile. And I mean, I still will say there's a lot more vile people out there. That, you know, if me calling somebody fat and saying I can steal their husband's the worst thing you heard me say, then I don't think I'm as vile as people like to point me to be. But I wasn't being who I want to be. And I was angry, and I was, you know, just not who I am, and I hated it. And that's why I started doing different things. But even when you start doing different things, these people, they're like vampires. They want to lure you back in. Look how easily, after dozens of community posts, I respond to one, and this person now has 4 days of content and is restreaming you currently. It's like, this is what you're dealing with. These bottom of the barrel, no content, drama seeking, drama thriving pieces of shit that know they can't hold a community any other way or an audience. So they rely on a response, especially this one particularly. You know, having 30 in the chat the other night was that normal support. When he talks about me, it damn near, you know, goes up by 5 times, because these people are there to hate on me. They're not there for him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
When you talk about Natasha, you will get more numbers because people hate Natasha that normally wouldn't be there to watch me. They're not there for me. They're there to hear Natasha. But I have my community that is there for us. Like, we are a community, so we can do dollar store and other things and have that.
Yes.
A lot of people don't, so they're dependent on reactions and drama. Natasha being one. Well, she has a good community, but they're still there to hear her be a victim, or that's when she gets the most money. And then him, they need it. It's just, I don't know. I hate it too. I know how you feel. You're tired, and so am I.
Yeah, and then you have the people out here that say they don't want the drama, they hate it, and their subscribers feel that they're these innocent victims, and they're the same people that are going chat to chat to chat, talking the most shit, but not doing it on their channel. And that's not helping the community either.
Yes, it was CJ that said they actually caught somebody doing that. They were on a whole different panel they normally wouldn't be on, and they were talking shit about her. And she's like, I don't even think they saw me. And I'm like, no, they didn't. That's the thing. They do it that way, and then they go back to their channel and they try to keep this clean image. And it's like, dude. And then when you respond, like if when CJ responds, they'll be like, I didn't even do anything to CJ. I don't even know why CJ's being like that. I didn't do anything because their people were at that channel that night, so they didn't see it.
Right.
It is infuriating.
Exactly. And that's why I got angry tonight. That's exactly what happened.
Oh, Natasha just dragged AA. I wonder why. Well, probably because she was on Lycans. That's why. Huh. Saw that coming.
Yeah. She's live. I didn't know she
Oh,
was
I don't
live.
know.
I think that's what CJ said earlier.
And I like when CJ restreams Natasha, if I am to watch it or watch anybody. I like when CJ does it because she does it in such a funny, humorous way. It's not full of like anger and, and that's what I was becoming. I was so full of anger that I wasn't even like, I just wasn't enjoying you guys or anything. That's where Benji can have is not being there. And I think that's why somebody particularly tried to go really low by bringing up my father and bringing up my vagina and my cervical cancer. None of those affect me anymore because guess what? It's already been done and used. I've already gone over that hurdle. It doesn't bother me anymore. So it's just a failed attempt. But that's exactly why they go lower and lower because they want that anger out of me again. But he's not worthy of it.
And everybody should grow. You should grow. You absolutely, as you experience things, should take those experiences and learn from them and grow from them. That's normal. And if you don't want to be angry, because that's not healthy. It's not good to go on and have to yell and be upset for 2 hours, 3 hours. It's not good mentally or physically. And then go to bed that night, wake up and have to do it all over again and live up to this image that people want to see. It's good that you're growing. And
I went through real life shit. I went through addiction. I went through being a single mom with 2 kids. I went through having a child really young. I went through so many hurdles. I went through the hurdle with my father. I faced all these things in real time, in real life, and I've overcome them. If they think a bunch of bullies rehashing it on the internet is going to break me, they're mistaken. Like literally, I can choose not to listen. I can choose to turn you off. I can choose not to respond. I overcame it in real life. You are not going to affect me by it on the internet. You're not. And the best thing and the worst thing that happened to me was everything Natasha Cooper did to me because it taught me early on in my YouTube little experience how to handle all that and overcome it. So now going forward, like right now, when Lycan tries to use it against me, it doesn't have that effect anymore because guess what? You were with me, you piece of shit, when I went through that. You know the hurt and pain it caused me, and you also know the growth I've had from it. So you trying to re-weaponize that, thinking it's going to cut me as hard or deep? It's not. I've already healed from it. It was like, wow, you piece of shit. Like, and then I could go on and talk about his parents, and there's a lot out there that none of you know about. What do you think is going to bring more views? Talking about my father that they've already heard about, or talking about your parents that nobody knows about? It's like, if you really want to go there, we can go there. I don't want to. I personally don't want to. My cat does. You better believe they do. I've had so many people email me, ask me to play that video. I'm not going to. I don't want to. It's just the point that I don't need to. Right. He needs to.
Right.
So go on and do your thing.
You absolutely don't need to. You've already grown your community. It's strong. It supports you. You don't need to go there. And like you said, your people just like hanging out with you and doing the dollar store and all the other shit you do. You don't need that to grow. You don't need that to make a point. You've already established your community. They like you for you. I would just freeze it out and ignore it.
Well, that's what I appreciate the most is those who stayed with me during that time where I wasn't being fully myself and I was being nastier than ever. And there's a few that bailed on me. And it's funny to see what chats they're in now because they're truly like everything they claimed they were against is what they now sit with. So I at this point, I can equally turn around and say to them, you've changed. You've allowed YouTube to change you because look at yourself. I was able to step back and look at myself and I fixed what I was doing. and I'm changing directions, and they hate that. They fucking hate it.
Mhm.
That's the best way. That's the best revenge right there, is to do what
I
you're
know.
doing.
You know how bothered they get by that?
Yeah, I wouldn't acknowledge 1 ounce of it. Not 1
Who the
ounce of it.
hell eats a dollar store? I can't believe people are like, and she's at a dollar store. Bitch, you've all shopped at dollar stores before. And if you haven't, you're missing out because they got some good ass shit in there
Yeah.
for only $1.25. So I highly suggest you all go. But it's funny that people get angry like, oh, she's over at a dollar store. Who goes to a dollar store? 90% of the world, which is why there's so many of them. Hello.
Yeah.
But
We
it's
have
funny, like what makes these people angry. Then you give them what they want, which is to speak on them, and they go live and they're like, "Granny said this about me," and it's like you've been pushing for a response, and then you're crying about it. It's honestly like dealing with a bunch of preschool kids who didn't get enough hugs, and you just got to learn that something you're going to take your toy, whether you want to share or not, and you're better off just giving them this scroungy toy and moving on because there's nothing else you can do. Oh, it's so sad. Honestly, when you step out of the drama community mind state of it and you look over it all with unbiased, unblinded perspective. Like, imagine you had to tell all of this community to a girlfriend who's unaware or a friend, a guy friend who's unaware. They'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah, because they wouldn't even understand. They'd be like, why are you doing this? Are you nuts? Like, what is the point?
My dad did that. My dad was here visiting me, and it was when I was still over with NC, and I was in the kitchen. It was late at night, and he came in the kitchen to make a cup of coffee in the middle of the night, and he got a glimpse of me on the panel there, and he goes, "What the hell? Why are you hanging out with a bunch of hillbillies?" I'm like, "Oh my God, Dad." I think, like, I had to hurry up and mute, and I tried to explain it. Yeah, he's like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing it?" He was appalled. And yeah, you can't explain to in real life people about this and possibly make them understand.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you know what else? When the one thing I had to really remind myself, because man, he's gross and he says really gross, aggravating things, and he is easy to clown. Like, I could really clown this person, but I'm like, I imagine that, like, I meet this person in real life, and thank God I didn't. But, like, if I was at, like, the theater or a bar or even a store and I seen this person, like, ew, you know what I mean? Like, they're so, like, ew, and just beneath that I don't even care to. It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, I think that's a normal thing. There's been many people that I dated, and then I would be upset when we stopped talking or whatever, and then after a couple of weeks I would look back and think, what the fuck was I thinking? I think that happens to everybody.
Like the blinded thing.
Yeah,
we didn't even date. We talked for less than, what was it, like a month, and most of it was like self-loathing and pittiness, and then it was like a narcissist. It was weird, but we didn't even date. That's the saddest part about it. It's not even like we did. I wish it was an ex I was fighting with, because then it would make more sense. But this is just fucking weird. This is like, what is this? Like, we didn't even date. I just can't. I can't. That people are like, oh, your ex-girlfriend. Like, I was never his girlfriend. It was so cringe. We were talking for 2 days when we were live streaming, and he said I was his girlfriend, and I was like, like, then right then I knew what I was dealing with, and I'm like, this is just strange. That's what I mean when you take out YouTube from it. Imagine you went on a date with somebody, you met them on a dating app, and 2 days later, they're telling everybody on a live stream that you're their girlfriend. It was just weird, the whole thing.
Yeah,
cringy,
that would be really weird.
But to be honest with you, to be 100% honest with you, before all of this shit started happening, I would listen to him, and he is intelligent. And he had some really good lives. I even called Leanne a couple times and said, you need to go watch his demons. He did a thing on demons, and there was another.
That was about me. I was the demon. I was the female demon.
Oh, really?
I
didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that.
Well, anyway. You know why he doesn't do those streams anymore? Because one, it wasn't solely him carrying that. It was somebody else that is actually very intelligent. He was very reliant on that person for that material. And two, he seems very intelligent because you're in the bottom barrel of the YouTube.
Yeah.
If he was as intelligent as we at times thought he was, or as he thinks he is, he would have a successful channel and he wouldn't be sitting amongst us women in a trauma community talking about the most vile, disgusting things. If he
Right,
was
and
as talented.
but I don't understand why he went that route, because I'm telling you, there were I didn't watch a lot of his streams, but the ones that I did, he did well. They were interesting. He's well spoken, and he had a draw about him that that would work. Honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Honestly, don't know what happened.
True. That is true, because when nobody else wanted him over here, I found his movie channel and I thought he was really good at it. And I thought, oh, this guy has so much more to offer. But then when you see the way he does act with this, when it comes to the drama, you can't even look at those qualities anymore and see them the same way, because he is so cringy. That is like, ew, like you could be doing so much more.
Yeah.
But he's not successful. You know why? Because he's also lazy. He will literally say he wants to speak on somebody, or, a cuckbuster or whatever he's doing, which I thought, whatever. But then he relies on other people. And that girl actually said it the one time. He was over in Queen's Chat and he wanted to do something on a particular person. And he said, can you send me anything you know on this person to somebody else? And that girl said, everything you need to know is right here on this channel. He doesn't want to do the work on his own. He's lazy. He wants to take a quick route, which I don't understand why. All he does is sit inside all day and stare at his computer. He has nothing but time on his hands, but he doesn't want to do the work. So it's easier for him to get up there and put Jessica's lobotomy fund and get a quick, $150 for his alcohol so he has the courage to stream again the next night than it is for him to do actual work and study for something and then do it and know that only 30 are going to show up, because they're not there for him or his intelligence. They're there to hate bond over me.
Right. But I honestly see what you saw in him. I do, in the beginning, before all of this.
No, Sandy, no doubt.
I thought he had things that were endearing. I thought he was intelligent. I liked his presentation. He had cool content. And then he turned into something I would never suspect it.
He has redeeming qualities, but then he also has such unredeeming ones. For example, the only reason you even saw those redeeming qualities is because I was constantly having to tell him, read the room, dude. Read the room. You can't act like this. You can't do things like that. And if you do, you won't have the support of these people. You can't do that. These people don't like that. You have to read the room. So he was putting a mask on for all of you. Hence his, I saw Jessica's story about recovery and it brought tears to my eyes. Or that's the real him, and what you see now isn't. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I just think he's a heckle. I mean, he's really... I told him, as many times as he's done streams on bipolar, now I know why he does so many streams on them, because he literally matches the diagnosis of being bipolar, and even sometimes a bit narcissistic. But I don't think he's a narcissist. I just think he's extremely wounded. And it's probably the fact that his peen never grew since the age of 5. I don't know. If I had to take a guess, I would say that's it. I mean, literally, there's people out here that have these insecurities, so they come and they sit behind the screen and they get to live virtually. And that's why they have these images of somebody behind a computer screen. And it turns out somebody wearing like a white beater with stains all over it, and they're overweight and they're like all beard all grown out. And that's the one cursing you out behind the screen. I know you've all seen those memes before, because that's literally the way it is. They can be that way virtually, where in the real world, they feel as big as they are, which is small. So hence why you get a bunch of abusive people on the internet.
And that's what I always use that analogy with Leanne with and see, like, if I saw her at Walmart or anywhere, would I be bowing down and devoting all my extra time? No, I wouldn't.
No,
you'd be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've said that several times. It's true.
No, I get it, Blue October, but it was when I watched him, it was before he was talking to Jess. It was when NC kicked him out of the chat because she said he was trying to take her subs or whatever that was. I can't remember exactly what happened.
That's one time she was right.
Yeah, well, it piqued my interest enough to go see what he was about, and he had some good streams on there. It was before you even talked to him, Jess. And I would tell Leanne to go watch some of it.
She did.
He he could have a great channel that doesn't have to do what he's doing.
I agree.
Hi, Heather. Right.
He could, but again, it requires work that he's not willing to do. And it's a shame. It is. It's really a shame because he could. I mean, he's come so far. Well, no, he didn't. I mean, it's been 6 years. He's gotten, finally grew off my name, but he's done it. He does like the creative stuff with like the background and that, he knows a little bit of what to do. He just, I don't know why he doesn't do it because he could.
Yeah.
Shame.
And that
waste of talent.
It is. And I'm not white knighting by any means. I'm trying to be as honest and real as possible here. That video he just recently put out that Mrs. P was in, I mean, it was shitty, but it was creative. You can tell that he has some talent. I don't know why he's turned to drama and ripping people apart.
Well, because he's from the bottom. And it's like I said to you that unfortunately your channel is starting off here where it is crime and drama and people rather have crime and drama than they would actual content. Well, that's his issue too. He's always navigated because he is a creep that loves the drama. So he's always navigated towards the drama community. So he's never grown beyond that to get the right crowd, to see the other stuff. So he has to do the drama to get the crowd because that's the community am I making sense? Like that's who's
no, I get it. Thank you, Cole. Thanks for coming. Yeah, and Shannon, I love that behavior panel. I'll watch that though. I thought I was your favorite channel. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
exactly.
I kind of lost it tonight. I shouldn't have. Should have just shut my mouth and vented.
Nah.
I don't know. Because I really, it is what it is, I guess. Because I feel bad because Leanne's never involved in shit. And I seem to keep getting us involved in shit. You know what I mean? So then I have to call Leanne and say, you're going to be pissed at me. But, and it makes me feel bad because I have to work. It's not just my channel. It's her channel too. So when I get involved in shit, I drag her into the shit. And then I end up feeling horrible.
And have I ever been mad? No.
No, she puts up with it. But
I just laugh.
One day she's going to bitch at me.
No, I won't. I bitch at you and just vent about things and just between us. You are more passionate and you go on and speak your piece and that's that. So, and I'm never mad. I'm not going to be mad about you being yourself. Heck, and standing up for people. I would never get mad at that.
Yeah. Right. She knows how you're. She knows you're passionate, and I'm sure,
Yeah.
If not, she can build her own channel. Hit me up, Liam.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
No. You're not.
Look at that. Irvin says we need to separate, Kristianne. Well, that's not happening, Irvin. Sorry.
Thank you, Coco. Coco gets it.
You always think you've done worse than you do, Kristianne. You're too hard on yourself. You're human. You respond. You're passionate. It's not a bad thing. And look, if it was a bad thing, would you have had nearly 200 in chat? No.
Yeah.
You do. Right. You're real. You're genuine, and people want that. People want to see the angry side of you, the happy side of you, the passionate side of you. You're a good friend. You had CJ's back, and who wouldn't respect that?
Which, I said that too. I was glad that she did. I probably would have been more pissed if I would have found out what was going on and that you didn't stand up and be a good friend to her. That would have made me mad more so than you calling me saying, I got us in trouble. See, look, Sugar Beet says that I'm good at dealing with shit, though. See? Yeah.
You are.
I just roll with it. Yep.
Well, thanks, guys.
I'm going to be honest. I still don't even fully know what happened.
I've been on the verge all week, though, Jess.
I know.
And I
told you,
yep. I know. You've called me a couple times and I just want to go live. And it's like, all right, we need to go live. Okay.
Well, here's the thing, I didn't go live and get it out, then wait 5 more days, and then next thing you know, you're up to you don't want to get to that point, so.
Yeah, right.
Because you'll get angry.
And Shannon said she tried to give him some caring advice, and he told me to leave, so I did and have no interest. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Memphis. You did tell me that.
And Shannon, next time go in and ask about My Little Pony. You might get a better response.
You're right, Coco. I have
What
a headache.
I know to reel it back in really quick, what is like a little synopsis of what happened today? CJ saw Mrs. P over on BJ's, got upset, typed in there unsubbing, and Brittany made it the end of the world, and now everybody in the entire world has unsubbed from her channel. Is that basically summing it up?
Yeah. So she got she emotionally reacted before she even thought about it. And if you go back and watch the live, you can see it happen. She just it just immediately got triggered and went over and wrote that. Yeah, she should have did it privately, but it was in the heat of the moment. She wrote
what are you going to do privately? Hey, I'm unsubbing from you. You're going to say that? No, forget this whole privately stuff. You do it privately, then they say, oh, you're behind the scenes, message it. They're just, no, do it publicly, say you unsubscribe, good job. And then Brittany made it like what, the next 2 weeks of content, right? This is going to be the big thing. It's Brittany, or
she said that CJ was pretty much telling her that who she could have on her panel, and she doesn't tell people. She never tells people who to have on the panel. And then CJ was accused of sending her people over to unsub, which she did not do. But then Brittany
do it now if you haven't. I'm sorry. All right. I'm just being so petty. Seriously, I don't know how anybody is still subscribed at this point, but okay. I'm joking, Brittany. My people don't subscribe to you anyway, sweetheart. Don't make another live stream. I'm only kidding. Jesus, CJ can't catch a book.
So it turned into. Well, wait, what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, did you see Case Discussions comment? Mo called her today and said, "I may have gotten us into trouble today. I would never get mad at Mo. Heck, I'll fight a bear for her." Yep, I know exactly how that feels, Case.
No, Memphis Mama. What happened was CJ was streaming Natasha's makeup sales. Something was brought up with Mrs. P. Someone came into the chat and said something about Mrs. P. And CJ's been dealing with her writing in community posts and making videos all week. And whatever was said in chat, I can't remember. CJ immediately just got emotionally triggered, went over and unsubbed. And then she did not tell her subscribers to go and do it, but some of them went over and did the same. So CJ was accused of sending her chat over to unsub to BJ. But at the same time, BJ's subscribers are coming over to CJ's and doing the same thing and unsubbing from CJ. So it just became this huge shit show. And I did not want to see, because we've been seeing it all week, where everybody's being accused of bullying mentally disadvantaged people. And that's not the case. And I went up and on panel and supported CJ, and it's just a bunch of shit. In a nutshell, that's what happened. It was a little more intense than that, but yeah.
That's the Cliff's Notes version, right?
Yeah. I probably shouldn't have got my nose involved, but it is what it is.
Well, no, I'm sure CJ appreciates you getting your nose involved, and has gotten her nose involved for me many a times when I needed it mostly. And if I was somewhere there, I'm the same as you. So you did nothing wrong.
And honestly,
I understood where she was coming from with being upset, because I had nothing to do with the Grammys, and we had a video made about me and Leanne from Mrs. P. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, so I don't know why the fuck there was a video made.
Mm-hmm.
And she's been talking shit about, right? And I've been ignoring it because that's the best way to handle it. But when I saw CJ get upset, I felt for her. I could relate to it, so I got triggered, and the rest is history. Thank you.
It's Linda. A good history. The history of friendship and alliances, and we're all just out here doing our thing.
And then the thing with you too, that video, that clip I saw that Angela put out with the way they were talking about vagina lips and all that shit, and everybody.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even watch the full clip. What I did was I clicked it, And then I seen it was him talking. He said something about, and Granny's watching went live about me today. And then I didn't listen to the rest of the video. So I have no idea what they said in it. I'm personally not bothered by it because I don't know what they said in it. But I wouldn't be surprised.
It wasn't so much what they said, honestly. It was when you addressed a little bit of it on your live, there were automatically community posts being made saying that you were bullying Mrs. P and Carolyn when you weren't. All you said was, why are they up there laughing about, you know what I mean? And I don't know how that's bullying.
And so what if I did, when these are two people who legit, well, not both. Carolyn really, whatever. She's a little wishy-washy thing. But she's not much of a damage. But does she? But Mrs. P, she legitimately does bully people, like, in vile, nasty ways. So what? Is she allowed to just bully, and nobody's allowed to have a reaction, or they're suddenly bullying her? No, stop.
Of course not. That's not a pass. Sorry, Kristianne.
Oh, hi, Mandy. I didn't even know
I just want to say hi. I just want to apologize to you for one. I was definitely wrong with my comment that I made about you, so I wanted to directly apologize, but I couldn't remember your email, so I wasn't able to reach out to you in private. But so
I appreciate.
I really do mean that, and
I believe.
But with that said, Granny, yeah, I agree. Like, obviously, people are going to want to defend themselves. I get it. And this is coming from somebody who Ms. P has made community posts about, and I've done nothing but defend her. I even did live streams for her. With that said, obviously, I hear people speaking up about disabilities. Ms. P, again, not saying she gets a pass, but she does have I don't know what you call it, like an intellectual disability. And with that said, there are people like Lycan and the other people and the other ones who are weaponizing her and getting into her head. So this stuff that she is saying, and I know that because I've seen it, that it is very much happening, but it's not from the people that she thinks, it's from them. And they're blaming it on people over here. So then she targets them while at the same time affecting her. And it sickens me.
Yeah, but even over here, people that have helped Mrs. P, you say one thing she misconstrues, and you're a week worth of community posts of her just abusing you. That's why I said at this.
People.
Yeah, me too. I literally did nothing to her. I tried to help her. And that was back in December. That's why I said the best way to help Mrs. P is to not help her at all. Let her go. She needs to go for her own benefit. This is not the right place.
Right, but these people are doing this on purpose. Like, I'm not saying that she deserves a pass, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that I don't know. I get what you mean, not helping her, but also not really completely isolating her. I feel like that would make her worse. Just from what I've observed in the community and also from my own personal experience, I think that can make a person worse. And she's being left to these people who are taking advantage of her and doing this type of stuff and getting in her head and doing these things to her. They also do it to Amanda and Nanda. So there's people who are pretending like they support her and she believes that, but they're also under different accounts harassing her and then blaming people from over here. So it's like killing two birds with one stone in their eyes. Like, they're getting back at us for blaming us that we're doing these things, and also getting into somebody who is disabled head and driving them crazy at the same time. It's sick.
Right.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. She's using the words that she was used to be exploited. Like, she was blaming Sally Ann for just exploiting her, and that's typically not something that she uses is language wise. So that sounds like something somebody has said to her. So I agree with you, Mandy. However, I think she does know that she's hurting people, and that's why she's saying the things she says. She wants to hurt people, and that's the part I can't get behind. I can't get behind her willingly saying things to hurt people. And I understand she has an emotional response that isn't like ours, because I have a brother this way. But I think the more passes that are given, the more damage it does to her. You know what I mean? I don't know how else
she has literally found somebody who will cheer on that nasty behavior, so she kicks it up higher. Because she knows to please the person she's with. It's the way she was all giddy in that video. Like, she loved it. And that is so telling. And yeah, I mean, as for me, and this is what I said back with when Kim and Crafton were helping her out and everything, I said it privately to Kim, and then I finally said on live stream, I personally don't have to accept her disabilities, be educated on them, or make myself educated on them because she's here. I don't have to have that burden. I don't have to take her abuse because she has these disabilities. They're not my issue to take on, respectfully. When Kim and when she was saying the same thing, like, we know she has these issues, and they were being kind about it. They were trying to help her. And I was saying to Kim, yeah, but that's not fair because you don't know what issues everybody else has and what they can mentally handle either. So nobody should have to take that on just because she has disabilities. No.
That's true. I don't think anybody should be able to take it on. I don't think that's what people are trying to say. I think that maybe they just can't find the right choice of wording. It's more so that to have an understanding, but not justifying. And I see that that is a struggle within this community to understand that there's a difference between understanding something and justifying it. Now, when somebody has an intellectual disability, people go to school for this, to learn how to deal with these types of people and help them be their care providers. If it was that simple as people think, like holding them to expectations or to standards that the average person is held at, to me is unfair because it's called a disability for a reason. Therefore, nobody's giving a pass. It's not a pass.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, not you.
No, I know. I think other people too, probably. I'm speaking for others too. When I say pass, I don't mean hold her accountable like we would hold each other if we said those kinds of things. I mean, if she's going to come on panel, don't push it aside. If you're her friend, like when I was her friend and would talk to her on the phone, I would bring this stuff up to her and say, you can't say these things without you understand what that, I would never hold her to the same accountability that I would hold Jess or
Lee. But I see other people doing it. That's why I said I wasn't talking to you, because I see other people.
But other people, I think, feel that way too. I don't.
That's why I was speaking
to harm her or in any way. I don't know.
No, that's why I was making a generalized statement, because I have seen people in my comment section, and more so viewers, not really creators, but viewers doing this. And it's just like, you can't, like, it's called a disability for a fucking reason. I get that everybody has their own disabilities. We don't know what everyone's going through. People don't always know what I'm going through. And I mean, I could sad fish fucking away if I wanted to, but I don't do that because I don't believe in it. But anyways, with that said, I think that's why, I mean, coming from somebody who she is attacking and has been attacking when I've done nothing but help her, I usually just ignore her. Then again, I also understand from Granny's side and other people, like, you do want to respond, and people are doing things to her that are going to get a reaction when they're being blamed for things that aren't happening. So It's just like, I wish there was a resolution, but I just don't even know.
Right. And I see it too. I see people in the chats ripping her apart, and I don't believe that's the answer at all. She said some horrible, vile shit about me, and all I've ever done is help her and Leanne too. Community post after community post. I've ignored it completely, never addressed it, and she keeps on. I just don't think anybody should get upset when people that's on the receiving end of it react and finally become upset. Because there's limitations to what you're going to want to deal with. And, when she's talking about she hopes your kids wreck and die, or, all that kind of shit, that's the line right there that shouldn't be crossed. You shouldn't, no matter what your disability is, be able to say things like that without expecting somebody to be upset. And I think the people that support Mrs. P 100% is not necessarily giving her a pass. I guess I used the wrong word. Is letting her cross that line because she has a disability.
I agree.
The wandering self, that's what started all of this, is because I offered to help Mrs. P find a community where she would thrive in. And that's where this all blew up and became back to what it is now, because she was doing good for a while. But I feel like when she's doing good, it's not good enough for her. She's not getting enough attention. So she wants to be on the receiving end. I don't know. I personally don't understand her disability. And quite frankly, I don't care to. I don't want to. I don't need to. She just needs to. I'm not acknowledging her. I don't care. She can say whatever she wants. I'm not paying her an ounce of attention. I don't care.
Yeah, this is the first time I've given her attention in a long time, because last time I was giving her attention, I was literally supporting her. I've been ignoring her because, I mean, again, I'm not justifying it. I could understand. So I think that even me responding, even though I think certain things myself, kind of like what people are expressing right now, I think these things, but I feel like to say them can be counterproductive and just make it even worse.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I
just,
agree.
yeah, I don't know. I just feel like she's lucky. She needs to be careful, because there is going to be the person that isn't going to be me, that she's going to say these things to her about, that it can get real serious. And it can turn into something where that she is being threatened with already by people that are pretending to be her friends, that are low key trying to hype her up. She doesn't know who she's going to cross. The internet is not a safe place, and having a disability doesn't make you safe from the internet. She needs to watch what she says, because I'm certain she's going to cross the wrong person one day.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Mandy, I wholeheartedly 100% agree with your approach to handling and dealing with Mrs. P. That's the same approach that I take. But today things came to a head at CJ's.
Wait, what happened today? I'm sorry for being ignorant to that.
No, it's okay. We were all over there watching the makeup stream, and somebody came in the chat, something about Mrs. P, and she had been making community posts about CJ, Sally Ann, and Small Town Joel over and over and over again. And CJ just got a little triggered because she found out that Mrs. P was on panel at Brittany's and went over and just wrote, "I'm unsubbed." And it just started a whole entire shit show. So of course it brought up the situation with Mrs. P, when it really had to do with CJ and Brittany and her underlying feelings that were brewing there. And Mrs. P was just the means to an end for that. And it just happened to bring up all of the things with Mrs. P today, which is counterproductive. We're going to just be in a fight tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of, community posts.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like I said, I wish there was a resolution. I honestly do not know. Yeah. I mean, I've been around these types of people that have these issues and stuff. I just always look for some type of a resolution. And the only thing I know that's best to do is when she's making these types of comments towards me or anyone else is just let it be.
Yeah, that is what.
But I do wish her that she can come to some type of realization that it's not us or anyone else that she's accusing. It's the people that are pretending to support her. Yeah. And if people are supporting her until they prove you otherwise and you see it for yourself, then say something. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I feel bad for her in a way.
No, of course I do too. I have a brother that has this very similar issues, right? And I grew up learning how to handle it, and the best way to handle my brother is when he has I don't even want to call it like a lash out or I don't know what the
I get what you mean, like it's some type of an emotional response to things that can seem drastic to somebody who doesn't have those issues.
Right. I don't feed it. You learn not to feed it. You learn to try to understand what the root of the feeling was. And like I said, her being upset about the Grammys wasn't her being upset that she wasn't in the Grammys. It was her being upset that she took it personal as if nobody wanted her around. You know what I mean? And I know was probably the root cause of it. So I do have grace for her. I do understand her, but I say this all the time. I don't let my brother abuse me with words, so why would I let her? So I draw the line and ignore it. But today, with everything that happened, it just came up. Everything that was festering, I think, that people wanted to say came out, and that's why it's talked about.
I think you're right. You're good with that. Don't let her be abusive. But I always say that sometimes it's not even what you say, it's how you say it. So you strike me as somebody that's mindful of your words and stuff, but sometimes I feel like other people, they don't take it into consideration. I get where they're coming from, but somebody like that, you kind of have to, or it's going to add fuel to the fire.
Exactly. And
that's
now,
where I feel like, why do people have to walk on eggshells though? Like we shouldn't even have to. No, but Kristianne, let me ask you this. Is your brother, does his disability make him racist and homophobic?
No, not at all. He's very, very
Right. We can get to some extent of a level where we can acknowledge that Mrs. P is actually very intelligent. She's also extremely racist and homophobic and vile and nasty. So I don't think that's full disability at play. That woman, when she wants to articulate herself, when she wants to be on the good side, she knows how to do it. When she wants to be on the bad side, she knows how to do it. She has some type of switch that she is intelligent enough to read a room and present herself the way she needs to present herself. So I just don't fully believe that we're talking almost like this is a fully handicapped person with zero awareness. I personally don't believe that.
Zero awareness. Everybody has manipulative tendencies. Most people are capable of having manipulative tendencies. Like, for example, except for people that are like schizophrenic or in a completely psychotic state, those abilities tend to go to the side, and they're less capable because they have a false sense of reality. But with that said, even a disabled person can understand certain things. That's not saying that she's completely I don't know. I don't want to sound insulted, but that's not saying that she's completely there with everything that she says. But agreed, Granny, that doesn't mean that she can make those types of homophobic, racist comments.
Right, because I feel like a lot of times Mrs. P does these things, and then when she wants to be back on the good side, she'll come back and be like, I know what I said was wrong. And she has like this whole speech prepared, and she's immediately forgiven every single fucking time. And it's like in every single time she's forgiven is every single time she'll do it. There has to be accountability. And this is somebody who skated by with zero accountability this entire time. It has always been a minimum. Now, Mrs. P, that wasn't nice. I know. And it's always the same thing. And it's like, quite frankly, we're not equipped. I personally am not equipped to deal with her disabilities. I'm not a mental health worker, coach, none of it. I don't know. And none of us are. So none of us should be playing that position through YouTube. We don't know if we're being helpful or detrimental. That is why I said the best way to help Mrs. P is to not help Mrs. P. Leave it to the professional. Right. Yeah.
That's why I told her too. That's what I told her too. The last time she was on my panel, when I was nice to her and stuff, and then she came at me saying that I was recording her because, you know, a specific creator went behind the scenes and was calling her and getting in her head because she had a personal vendetta against me because she didn't like that I did a live stream about her, telling her that I'm recording her. And I was like, no, that's not true. I'm not recording you. That person was aware that I was recording them if they came to me with anyone that they knew that was going real life, or if they themselves was going real life. They were aware of that because they were told. So I said, I'm not recording you. But then she thought that and has been going at me ever since.
Yeah, I saw that happen. And here's the thing that I don't like that people do with her. They baby her, and when they scold her, it's almost insulting. I've heard a creator, when Mrs. P's in chat, be up on the panel saying, now, Mrs. P, that wasn't very nice of you. And it's so very good that you're apologizing. She's way more intelligent than that. I don't think people need to speak down to her as a child because it just feeds that same type of behavior. And
it's like when somebody that's disabled, when people start talking to them like you're saying, like, I know, and it's like, okay, they're not deaf.
Yes.
Right.
Don't be speaking like that.
But and that's when she comes up and mimics that tone and goes, I know what I was doing was wrong. But and you can tell she's mimicking the tone that she was met with. And that is I listened to her on a Kim and Crafton episode. Kim and Crafton, if you could post it to your community post, that would be great. And she explained her disability. She gave a little bit of her background. It gave me empathy towards her. But it also taught me that I personally couldn't deal with her. And I drew a line right then and there and said, I'm sorry. And this was also the same day there was a picture with her threatening self-harm and all that kind of stuff. But that's where I come in and say, like, I mean, it is what it is. As for me, this is my last time even speaking about her. I don't care where it goes or comes. But I am going to tell her, Mrs. P, you keep putting threats out against me and my children, and it is going to be a huge problem for you. And I don't mean that as a personal threat against you. I am not threatening harm against you. I am telling you I'm not going to take your abuse, and I'm certainly not going to take threats against my children from you. That's it. She needs to watch herself on the internet. It is not a playground.
I agree with that. And also the people that are also not saying that every little thing that she says is somebody getting to her head. Fucking agree when it comes to the children, most certainly. And also the people that are getting into her head for certain things, they need to watch out as well. Not a personal threat, but it will catch up to them.
Yeah.
It will. It certainly will. You're taking advantage of a person with disabilities
Of
and
a
is low down
protected person, a disabled person. I hate saying that because of a specific creator, but it's true. It's against TOS, and it will catch up to you the further you go with it. And if something drastic happens, that is on you.
Yep.
100%.
Or something legal happens. For all you know, she could land herself in legal trouble, turn around and sell this person and that person out for influencing her. And those who care for her can try to pursue something against them for taking advantage of a disabled person. Everybody thinks the internet's the internet, but guess what? The same way you all invade real life, your real life can be invaded too. Don't think that couldn't happen, because you could be held accountable for that as far as the law goes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sorry it even had to be brought up tonight, because tomorrow there's going to be the cycle. We're going to go through that cycle. But me and Leanne are going to ignore it. And I know Jess is. That's the best way to handle it at this point. It takes so much energy, like you said, Jess, that I got to the point where I got exhausted from having to watch my words, to watch that she could be offended by this, to protect her from things that weren't even happening. And that was all in vain, because she turned around and lashed out against me for no reason whatsoever. Even when I tried to calm her down and show her a ton of grace, and I let her whiplash me over the phone, yell at me over the phone, and she would not hear me out. She blocked me and just continued to rip me apart for days. And I hit my line. I'm no longer going to deal with it. I'm sorry I even talked about her tonight, but after this, I'm done. I just got upset that people were being accused of bullying her and attacking her, because nobody over here is doing that. I have not seen any creator over here attacking her.
But you always have that person that claims that people are saying things they're not. They're attacking when they're not. It's happening right now in the chat. It is tiresome. I, for one, am so tired of walking on eggshells for individual people. But
Yes.
it's like, it's so aggravating. This whole community is aggravating. I am getting so aggravated that I'm going to drop off panel. Mandy, it was really good to see you tonight.
What happened, though, Jess? Did something happen?
Oh, you too, Jess. I'm
sorry
that you're feeling that way.
It's just a hissy fit by grown folks, and I'm just. Hemi comes in and says your chat room is abusive and all that, and then I say to him, but you're over in Vivian's chat, right? But that's not abusive. He responds back with, I can't support who and now he comes back in the chat, an hour after he said he was unsubscribing, and now says about, and I can't have friends or whatever he said. It's like, nobody said that. Knock it off. This is so ridiculous. Hemi, you're being ridiculous. I've always cared about you. You're being brainwashed by Vivian. Maybe you should go right back over to her chat. You think she's your friend. Good luck over there. We've been kind. We've been patient. I've been more than fair with you.
It's
you
also disrespectful, Hemi. It's disrespectful to do that in another creator's chat.
Right. Very disruptive to the chat room, trying to bring it to something it's not, doing all this ridiculousness. And he sits over in Vivian's, where she is one of the most vile and abusive women, against me, Hemi. And if I've always been kind to you, I don't give a fuck who you're friends with. But you're not going to come in this chat room and disrespect my friends, because you're not getting the attention you need tonight. Okay? This is the grown folks shit that I can't deal with. It's this little temper tantrums. Pity party for one. Nobody's attending. Please
stop blaming Granny for that shit. That's a personal problem. That's what I call it. You have a personal problem that you need to figure out on your own. Don't take it out on Granny's watching. She has nothing to do with that. And it doesn't matter what another creator is saying. How about you come to her as an adult instead of starting shit in another creator's chat, and then it falls on that creator. So Kristianne and Leanne also don't deserve this.
No, and I said something earlier when he came in and said that we were hateful when he was unsubbing. And I told him that upset me very much, because that is absolutely 100% not true. And I've always treated you with kindness. Leanne has, Mandy has, and I've watched Jess treat you especially with kindness. You came to me from Granny's chat. I think you heard of me from Granny's chat. I'm pretty sure. So if you're going to Vivian and Wogs, I know that they spew a lot of hatred. I've heard it with my own 2 ears. It's easy to fall down that rabbit hole. Please dig yourself out of it. Nobody cares who you're friends with, but don't come over here and accuse us of being hateful when you're participating in hate.
And let me tell you something. When you do that, when you want to go over there and just go off of hearsay instead of going off of facts and taking the time to look into things, and then later on, you know, if this happens after you have been in a chat for a long time and you do this repeatedly, and I've seen Hemi do this before, I hate to bring it up, but I have, and then he just, eventually somebody's not going to want anything to do with you. It's like you really need to learn how to make this. What?
Sorry, Mandy. I interrupt you completely because I'm like, hey, he has. He's done it several times and it's hurtful, Hemi. I've been more than kind with you. You started out on my channel. I've always allowed you on panel. You disrespected me once and went to a hate channel against me. You came back. I didn't say a word about it. I accepted you back. You did it again. You participated in hate hate chat room against me. And here you are again acting like you're now a victim. I was there for you, Hemi. You told me secrets about your life I never told anybody. I've consoled you. I've been more than kind and patient with you. And at this point, you've extremely hurt my feelings. The fact that you could even go in Vivian's chat and listen to those things being said about me, it just hurts my feelings. So don't come in here looking for anybody to feel pity for you because you're not finding it. And yeah, and eventually nobody's going to want to put up with your very unfair behaviors. Sometimes I feel like I have to talk to people like they're toddlers. Unfair behaviors. How about your fucking bullshit, flippity floppity?
Oh, trust me, I can relate. It's the community is aggravating. You don't want to be disrespectful to people, but it's like sometimes you feel like you're younger and you're dealing with a lot of children.
Well, it's like, and how many times do I have to be disrespected before I can be disrespected?
Oh, no, you can be disrespected up and down because you have a channel, but God forbid you even speak up or go against what somebody's saying, have a difference in opinion, you are crucified. Like, or if you're standing up for yourself because you haven't done anything, it's just, it's rigged. You can't win around here.
Or they act like we're not humans. Like, it doesn't hurt that Hemi can sit there and tell me how much he loves me. Hemi can come to me with personal issues, and I can sit there and talk Hemi through personal issues, and then to see him over in Vivian's chat room, where all she does is say the most disgusting, nasty, made-up lies about me, Hemi. And then you're going to come in here
to watch and participate.
You.
One thing to watch and then participate. So you can watch if you want to know what's going on, but to participate in that and then be agreeing, it's like you need to, I hate to say it, I don't like with sides and stuff, but there are certain things where you kind of need to like be consistent with.
You can't say you love me and then go and listen to that. And also, and I hate to even, the only reason I'm being a little patient is because I feel like you have to have an issue going on, Hemi, that you decide to come in the chat room the way you did, which was by calling Kristianne and Leanne a hateful chat room, because not only is that far from the truth, but you did it because you needed or wanted some type of attention. And no matter what, Hemi, my email is open for you. If you're going through something, I am here for you. Believe it or not, I've never told your last conversation. I'll never tell your next. I am here for you. But doing it the way you're doing it is not going to get you the attention you want or need right now, and I know that.
That was my point earlier when I went up on CJ's. People come in, they tell everybody they love each other, they support them, they're there for them. Don't say that shit if you don't mean it.
Those are the first people that will turn on you.
Exactly. Yeah. If you say that shit and you don't mean it, people are going to have expectations from you to support. If you don't mean it, don't say anything, and then nobody's going to have expectations of you. I can't stand it when I hear creators up on the panel. I love you so much. I love you. And I just stop with all that bullshit.
Yeah, I'd rather not even hear it, to be honest. Quite frankly, those who constantly say it, I don't believe you. When you're constantly like, I love you, I love you, I love you. I, for one, don't believe you. The people that love me, they call me, they check on me, they email me, not just when they need things. You know, they have communication, but the ones that say, like, believe me, you can trust me, you can trust me, you can trust me, they're the last person you can trust. In my experience. but I am going to jump down. Hemi, I wish you well, buddy. And I am sorry I freaked out like that on your channel, Kristianne Leanne.
Well, I
But
hope you get some
Oh,
rest.
no,
And
don't apologize.
it has been a long day, baby. I've been out in the
yeah, it's
sun.
been a long day. Hopefully, get some rest tomorrow, and just start over.
Beautiful Saturday. I hope you all have a great night as well. And again, Mandy, it was really good to see you. I've been
You too.
so busy.
Good night.
Before you go, let me say this. Don't apologize. I think everybody needed this. I honestly do. I think people were holding a lot of tension in. I know I was, and shit needed to come out. And then it's as simple as that. So it is what it is at this point.
No apology needed. I agree.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys understanding.
Of course, I was up
You're
here
very welcome.
for 2 hours. So.
Oh, Kristianne, you're mean and loud. It's not even mean and loud. And it cracks me up because you're always like, I shouldn't have done that. And I'm like, did what? Raise the monotone.
So you think, so I was up here thinking I was being freaking horrible and I wasn't.
And you're not, ever. Every time you're like, I was so horrible. And I'm like, no, you weren't. When? Where?
I know
it's sweet because that's how sweet you are.
Did I sound awful? Did I sound mean? I'm like, no, not at all.
No,
definitely not.
Right. All right. Everybody have a good night.
You too.
I'll be in the chat.
Okay, love you. Do you hear me? Love you.
Oh God.
Yes.
Well, you guys are right, Kristianne. The people that usually love bomb are the ones that, they turn on you very quickly. It's like, stop throwing around those words and using them loosely. I have an issue with that.
I do too. I have friends. I have friends, not even just, people that I panel with or people that are in chats with me. Friends that have told me they love me and they care and things made them cry when they happen to me. And then they fucking turn around and go apologize to the person that hurt me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't say it like that. If I say it, I'm saying like, I think you're funny. Like, oh my God, I love you. Like if you say something funny or like, I like your personality, doesn't mean like I love you, like,
Right.
But I take that word seriously.
I do too. And that's my point, Mandy. You hit the nail on the head. If I tell you I love you, I fucking mean it. So don't tell me that shit that you support me and that you love me and you're my friend if you don't fucking mean it, because I am going to believe you and expect you to be there for me like I am for you. And I learned a real hard lesson with that fucking allegedly chat. Being in that chat with certain people who I thought were my fucking friends over there apologizing made me sick to my stomach. Don't fucking tell me that you cried your eyes out when this person did this to me because you know what I went through with NC, and then you're fucking sitting on her panel apologizing to her. Fuck that. Don't even talk to me again for the rest of your life. As far as I'm concerned, you were always an enemy and you set me the fuck up, and I have no space for you in my brain or my heart, and you lost a good fucking friend. That's what I have to say to that person.
Tell them.
Yeah.
Well,
I like it, Kristianne. I like how
you cried, and it's your fault that I even went through that because you brought me there. And then you're gonna go fucking apologize because that's not the person you want to be when you talk the most shit. Give me a fucking break. All right, I'm done.
No, I'm glad you needed to get that out. That's been coming for a while, and you needed.
No,
that
shit hurt me. That shit hurt.
I know
when that happened.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and I went off. And you know what the bad part about is? That same person came to me and said, explain to me exactly what I did to you. Really? If I have to sit here and fucking explain that to you, then you really were never my friend. And
no, they should know. They should know what they did. They need to stop acting stupid.
Yep.
And then I find out the whole time that same person was talking shit on me to the person they're apologizing to.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't have time for it. I'm a loyal.
It's good to call people like that out. You can call you can be, stand up for yourself and stuff without being, necessarily a drama channel, because I see people saying, "Oh, I thought you guys weren't drama" and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. Well, their channel isn't centered around drama, but sometimes drama comes to them and they do have the right to speak out about it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Thank you, Mandy.
And the thing is, oh, I'm sorry. What?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Kristianne, Nicole said, please check Messenger.
Okay. Give me a second, Nicole. What was it? I just lost my train of thought. I had something important. Oh,
sorry.
And the bad part about it is that person never gave two fucks because they still haven't came to me. No, I wasn't even deserving of a phone call. I'll get a Facebook Messenger, but not even a phone call. But I'll see them.
I'm sorry that person that said they had an issue with you on panel.
In people's chats that they talk so much shit on, wanting to work out, saying they miss them. Like, give me what the fuck? I live on Saturn.
Well, Kristianne, they were trying to say that they wanted a safe place in your chat. It's like, well, this isn't group therapy. Just because there's more people in here that you don't personally care for doesn't mean that it's not a safe place or that it's not a good environment. You just don't care for specific individuals, and that's fine. But nobody needs to accommodate for you. There's plenty of people and creators on YouTube that you can watch and participate in their chats.
Exactly.
Stop acting like it's somebody else's responsibility to cater to your needs.
Right. No, and that's impossible to do. That's impossible. Yeah. I hate when people say that this is a safe place. It is impossible for you to know everybody's feelings, to know what everybody's dealing with, and to know what's going to make them feel safe. How can we even possibly do that?
Then log off. Log off and go to group therapy. There you go.
Yeah. Because YouTube is certainly not safe anywhere, or the internet for that matter.
Enchanted, thank you. I know that means a lot. I love Enchanted.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to get that out. That's been bottled up in me for 3 fucking weeks.
It has, and so I'm glad that you got that out. That's not good to hold stuff like that in.
Yeah, it's not good to ever hold anything in, because then sometimes you can give more of an aggressive reaction later on once you've reached your limit.
It's the people that sit the fence. It's the people that like to sit on the fence and say that they're good people because they try to be fair. No, you're not being fair. You're not being a good person. You're being a fucking coward. Take a stand. Do what you mean and mean what you say. Fucking
stand by with the things that you say.
And blah blah blah. No, being fair and unbiased. It's impossible to be fair and unbiased over here. So that means pick a side and stay there.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. 100%.
Yep. No, I'm with you.
Sorry.
Why are you apologizing? Sorry, Mandy. Go ahead.
Yeah, oh my God, no! I say that to her all the time. Like, she even had the right to tell me off. Like, not saying that she did, but I'm saying like I would have understood it. But I'm just saying, like, just with the I'm sorry, more like you can say like I apologize and I'm sorry are two different things. I noticed that with women they usually say I'm sorry, which means that you've done something wrong, and I don't think you've done anything wrong. Your emotions are valid, and if anything, these people are wrong in the situation.
Yeah, and you know what's really fucking frustrating about the whole thing is, in that particular case, the only way for me to prove that I didn't do anything wrong in that allegedly chat is to show that allegedly chat. And I don't want to fucking be that person. You know? And it drives me crazy that I don't want to be that person when everybody else out here would. And
right.
I don't know. But I was not, Mandy, with you, I wasn't so much mad at you as I was hurt. I was dumbfounded. I didn't understand.
I feel awful about it.
What happened?
Absolutely awful. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't mean any of that. And I was just, I'm sorry, but it's like, I just was going off and I was completely wrong. I have no issue with saying that I'm wrong about something, nor having to deal with, what comes after that, because I definitely was wrong in that situation.
No, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I appreciate that. I understand it. This community can be very overwhelming and hard to get through and triggering, and everybody has their moments. I just hope that that I didn't talk shit on you.
No.
I found that out after, and I should have went to you directly about it, and I didn't. So that was my mistake, and
no, it's
which I'm upset with, because usually I know how to. Usually I take that into consideration and always think about that, but I didn't in this situation. I think it's just because my it was like everything was happening at once, and I
Yeah.
let my emotions control my
we
reaction, which
understand.
isn't good. Yeah.
We understand that, believe me.
Yeah. And that's
I know
why
I was sad because I was going in and modding for you quite a bit, and then I was like, oh no, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh no, I took away everyone's
Oh,
yeah, no,
okay.
it wasn't just you, because I had people.
I thought I did something wrong.
No. I had people deleting comments under my channel, and there was somebody that was
Oh.
blocking people in my chat, multiple people that were doing this. So I just took away everyone's wrench. The only person,
Yeah.
there's only 2 people on my channel that have a wrench.
Nicole,
So-
I didn't say all of the people. I said there was a person in that chat that did that. It had nothing to do with you.
But again, it wasn't anything personal. Somebody just asked me that on somebody else's live stream. They said, did I do something wrong because my wrench was taken? And I can completely understand that, because people have taken my wrench when they were angry with me. So
Yeah, that's fine. I was just like, oh crap, did I do something wrong?
no.
Okay, thank you.
I've always been like that with wrenches. It's like
you're
sometimes
fine.
I just, yeah, it's nothing personal.
Let me clear this up now. There were numerous people in that chat. There was one person in there that showed their true colors to me, not the whole chat. And that's who I was speaking of. That one person. Okay, there. Now I'm done with it. But I have a migraine. All right, well,
imagine why. Gee.
Yeah. I need to go to the store and get cigarettes, so I'm gonna end it. I wanted to show. I found this shit where it's like the 7 grossest things you put in your body. You know how we always.
I need cigarettes too.
I didn't know you smoke. You smoke?
Don't you hate when you don't have them? It's like, oh my God, I just feel like a million times more stressed.
Yeah.
I used to smoke, and I'm thinking lately I need to
I
start
hate
again.
it. I hate how I got back into it. It's awful.
I had to do that Jim Jones live 2 nights ago, and it was like, what, 4 hours long, Leanne?
Almost. It was long.
And I called her right before we went live, and I'm like, fuck, I don't have time to get cigarettes. And I'm not going to be able to do this because I didn't have coffee or cigarettes. And I had to go through 4 hours of that damn presentation.
She did it.
By the time that was over, I was literally shaking like a freaking fiend.
Oh my God. And people tell me that all the time. They're like, okay, so you eat healthy, but yet you smoke cigarettes? And I'm like,
Yeah.
I know. And I smoke a lot. Like, I've never been like this in my life, as to where I needed so much nicotine. Like, it's gotten, like, I smoke almost a pack a day. Serious.
Yeah. Do you? I'd never would have guessed that because you're so
I need to just get a carton because I'm dead ass. Yeah. Almost a pack a day.
I do too, probably. Well, the days that I work, I don't, because I can't smoke at work. So I'll do like maybe half a pack. But when I'm off, yeah, I can easily smoke a pack of cigarettes with no problems. But I have severe anxiety. And for some reason, that is the only thing that keeps me even. You know what I mean? I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
It's all mental, but it keeps me very even. And if I don't have them, I freaking freak out. So Miss Heather just bought a whole. Hey, Heather, I need to talk to you.
Cheryl wanted to know if we're leaving the live up. Yes.
Yeah, I don't win.
We don't.
Why not?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Again, it doesn't make somebody a drama channel when you're responding to things that have happened.
Yeah.
That would mean that everybody's drama then, because if you responded to anything in your life that has ever bothered you or what people have done wrong to you, that would mean that you're just a dramatic fucking person.
Mm-hmm.
By that logic.
Right. And, you know, you're human. You can't start a channel in this community and say you're never going to have drama nights because it's.
No, and we've said that before.
Yeah,
we've said that. Yep.
Happens. Andrea,
Exactly.
my rolls are cigarettes. That's smart.
I probably should start doing that. You know, I actually been meaning to make my way to the vapes, to the fucking vape store, which I usually get nicotine juice. I was getting in Connecticut because it is, well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's like against New York law to have flavored vape. But there's some places that still have it if you know the people. And but that person hasn't been around, so I'm just like, I've just been smoking cigarettes. And
they're doing that in LA now. They're banning menthol. So there's only certain places you can get menthol.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, it's
really
annoying. Yeah, I have.
You know what I don't freaking get? I don't freaking get in New York how, like, for example, because I was like, one time I just didn't feel like going out. So I was looking at DoorDash, and they can serve alcohol, right? Which I just recently discovered. And I'm like, okay, wait, why isn't it showing any tobacco or cigarettes? And I looked it up. It says, oh, New York law prohibits them from selling tobacco or delivering tobacco products to stop something with smoking. I said, oh, so alcohol is okay, but tobacco, no. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, that does, doesn't it?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Beautiful logic. Beautiful logic. So I think that the reason for the banning of the menthol is it targets minorities. That the ads target minorities. So it has something to do with
my God, that is so stupid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with that the ads definitely target certain like urban areas and stuff. And that's why they have like different. Yeah, I get that, but that doesn't mean that they should ban it because of it. That is so liberal. I'm sorry.
Wow.
So so that's what's happening here. I got to look more into it though. So I know that's the gist of it, but I got to get more info on it so that I
can
talk about it.
Wow.
But Heather, you need to message me though, because I got a new phone and I don't have anybody's phone numbers.
They'll probably be doing that here next. I mean, we're both blue states, not trying to make it political, but usually what California does first, New York does next.
Yeah, that's true. Because it usually hits the bigger cities first.
Yeah.
But I'll look into it, Mandy, and let you know more.
Yeah, please do. All right. Well, thank you for letting me up, guys.
Oh,
Nicole,
yeah. No problem. Anytime.
Nicole, I've already said it. I said one person in the chat. I don't know. If I said everybody else, I fixed it. And I said one person in that chat hurt me. It had nothing to do with you. I can't win. Nicole, if I had a problem with you, I would have told you. And I've never come to you and told you that there was a problem. Not once. So therefore, there isn't a problem. With the other person I went to with my problem. That's who I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she said. Exactly. And did I hear you right that they are banning menthol because it targets minorities?
Yes. Yvette, yes, I got your email. That was awesome. I'm going to use it. I love that information.
This woke,
yeah, they are. Here, let me see if I can put
this woke nonsense gotta stop.
Yeah,
that is insane.
Yep.
No, that's crazy. I'm just shaking my head over that.
Look, Andrea Mom said there's that man with the voice. And Coco said it's Woo Helper.
Yes, Woo Helper is back. That's almost cringeworthy that I said that, but I digress. Everybody gets a participation trophy for tonight. Yay! Hi, sailors. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll probably lose. We'll probably lose everybody after tonight.
And this woke culture has infected every corner and made people lose their minds when they have defeated their own cause. You have some of the most proud black people that have been on some of the most famous products throughout the course of history. And all they've done is not only removed their faces from some of these products, but then you still got supposed white people on other stuff. It's just like it's a one big walking contradiction, and I just don't get it.
I just found the language. It says, according to the Los Angeles Times, council members were compelled to include menthol products in the ban of menthol cigarettes due to their harmful impact on the black community of Los Angeles, who are disproportionately targeted by tobacco companies.
Hey, here's a shocking fact. Cigarettes kills everybody equally. It's an equal opportunity killer.
Yeah, that's true.
Pennsylvania banned them too. I didn't know that.
Where banned them?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
At first, I know they raised the minimum age. I think they raised it around these parts to 21, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was 19 for a while, but
It's
which
21,
also
yeah.
says a lot that you'll go ahead and get our brave young men and women at the age of 18, straight out of high school, put a gun in their hand and have the ability to go out and fight for our country and put their lives on the line. But God forbid they come home and want to pick up a pack of smokes. Yeah,
Well, that's how I
that
look
makes
at
sense.
it.
That
I
makes
look at
sense.
that is violating your freedom of choice on something like that. I don't think the government should be telling anybody what they can and cannot smoke.
Girl, don't get me started. That could be a whole live stream within itself. Like I said, this whole between politics and all that. I mean, gosh, we got our eye on too many stupid things and try to drag each other down because of somebody's political ideology nowadays.
Yeah.
Now this woke crap. Oh gosh.
I mean, but here's the thing: instead of banning the cigarettes, then change the way you advertise and have the companies advertise in a different way.
Right.
And, that would make sense, right?
Yeah,
Right.
you would have thought any of the major changes would have happened when they sued that Philip Morris. I believe they're the ones that manufacture Marlboro and all those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
anybody that's not rolling their own, that's just kind of crazy anyway. For the price of one pack around these parts, it's like I think $8 a pack.
Really?
You can get a pack of menthol tobacco and a box of even hundreds for like $12, give or take.
Wow. I didn't know they were so expensive. Now I haven't smoked for years, but wow. That's
Yeah, I know I gotta quit. I've done good with everything else, but not that.
It's hard. It's hard. I did it. It was tough, but I did it. So I know the struggle is real on that. And believe me, some days like today, listening to all this stuff makes me want to pick up a cigarette and smoke it. Trust me.
Yeah, I make a lot of excuses too. That's me. Quitters never win. No, let me stop.
Well, I'm a loser then.
No, you're doing better than I.
Hey,
Like I said, I know that's one of the last things I gotta quit.
That's a good spin for it to make us all feel like winners who smoke. There you go.
Case discussion. Actually, I believe it was CJ that wanted me to read her the phone book before, if I'm not mistaken.
Love it.
Yeah, I forgot I know how to get into chat now. For some reason, StreamYard wouldn't let me do that before. I couldn't see chat. But
Oh, that's weird. Sometimes
Exactly,
StreamYard is weird.
yeah. And, and just on a closing note about everything that was being discussed earlier, if some of the people on that side of things, and I hate to even say it that way, it sounds a bit childish, but
Yes.
keep this in mind. Real friends will hold each other accountable for their bad behavior. Consequences be damned. I mean, look, YouTube is supposed to be a good, decent social media thing. You're supposed to have a good experience when you come on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's the bottom line. But I find that everybody gets so just petty with stuff, and they like to torque people over. And these others that are out there doing all this gaslighting, or just emotionally manipulating others. I mean, come on, just
Exactly.
gotta knock that shit off.
And Kristianne, I don't think you have to worry about the folks in our chat that they're not going to want to come back.
I was teasing. I know.
I was going to say, I hope you were joking, because we have said from day one that, there would be times that we would have drama to address. And, everyone that's regularly here knows that. So don't let it worry you.
Yeah.
No, I meant more so because of what I said earlier, where we're subscribers too, so it's hard on subscribers when this kind of shit happens. So then you feel like you have to make a choice, and I'm sure there were some people that subscribed to us that made a choice tonight. You know what I mean? I'm just being real,
right?
Yep. Well, if it helps, Irvin and I we unsubbed and subbed back again just because we could. That's all. We had to put it out there.
At least you came back.
Well, at least we got you back.
We took a stand, and we
once
came
you
back.
go, Kristianne and Leanne, you never go. You'll always come back.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a repeat offender. I'm a habitual line stepper. I got to go back and forth. But anyway, I know you said you have to run out for your smokes and all of that stuff. But like I said, go out. Actually, one of the rolling machines only cost about $45, give or take. But you'd be glad you did. If you're going to do it, if you have to do it, That
I'm
would be
just picky. I'm picky on the flavor, and if it doesn't taste right, then I can't smoke it. So that's why I
right.
haven't tried rolling them, because I will have to buy 5,000 different types of tobacco before I find the right one. So then
Well,
I'm
and they
crossing
do
the
have
board.
all kinds of flavors nowadays. But the one thing I will say is that the more that we're finding out about that vaping stuff, now that's something you may want to stay away from. There's
Yeah,
plastic
no.
polymers and all that garbage in
Yeah.
it. Though I know it's like the pot calling the kettle black, and I'm contradicting myself because I
Okie Mom
smoke.
has
But
a question
hey,
for me. Say, I have an honest question if I'm willing to share. Okay.
oh, go ahead.
I
Let's hear it.
think,
Or let's see it.
I think
That's a loaded question, Okie Mom.
it
Go
is.
ahead.
She's going to hold your feet to the fire.
All right.
Watch.
I'm on the spot now. Look out.
Mm-hmm.
As Kristianne laughs at me.
I like when
Yeah,
you
that's true, Ecto. I know. All cigarettes taste like shit. But then again, that's probably coming from a non smoker. Once they get you,
my
yeah,
car
you're
frosted.
hooked.
Boston almost brought herself on fire. I did catch myself on fire once.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. So it was right when COVID hit, and I was working at my company, and I had to go. So there's a limit on how much alcohol-based hand sanitizer you can have under the roof, right? So
Uh-huh.
we had to rent a refrigerated trailer to keep all of our hand sanitizer in. So I had to go inspect the trailer one day for an audit, and I went in and I moved the box around, and I ended up the box was leaking really bad, so I ended up getting hand sanitizer literally all over me, and it was dry by the time I left for work. But I got in my car, I went to light a cigarette, and I frickin' went up in flames.
Oh my God.
All I heard was like, on fire.
Oh my God, that happened to me.
Did
I had a
you?
lighter and I burnt my hair, like my hair.
Yeah, I burnt
Well,
Yeah, you did.
Okie
Petroleum
Mom.
product in it? What?
Okie Mom asked me the question.
Oh, okay.
She said, Leanne, respectfully and curiously asking, what happened that made you leave the other side?
Ooh, that's a
Wait,
good
can I say
one.
this quick as to why I came up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
First of all, why I came up was just because really quick, I had to correct who's this person? Woo Helper. Okay. So when it comes to vaping and the vaping juice, now they are perceived as business-wise as a threat to cigarettes and the tobacco. Well, not really so much the tobacco industry, but more so the selling of cigarettes and stuff because they've been around longer. So even back in the day, they used to say that cigarettes would make you pretty, they would improve your health. Obviously, we know in present day that is false.
I remember.
So the same thing is applying to today. And that has to do with because vaping has actually, it's recent and it's new. Obviously, there's still studies and who knows like what it can do for the long-term health effects. But with that said, they perceive them as a threat because they are thriving and more people are using vape to vape as an alternative to cigarettes.
Sure.
And I will say, as somebody who is a heavy smoker, that when I vape, my lungs and my breathing is a lot more clearer than when I smoke cigarettes. So cigarettes actually have more awful
carcinogenic and a lot of chemicals.
Like you're literally like smoking the tar on the street.
Oh yeah,
when it comes to cigarettes.
we could probably have a whole live stream about that because
oh yeah, definitely. But I'm just saying tobacco and nicotine together. Wait, one more thing before I let you. I'm saying okay, one more thing. Sorry, I know I've been talking about. I just want to say tobacco and nicotine together as a combination that has been linked more so to cancer than I think it's than nicotine alone in pure form.
Right, of course. And when I speak about vaping and stuff like that, I'm coming at it from almost a molecular schedule because I talk with a lot of doctors in our sponsorship group. We have all kinds of studies into different things, and I love reading white papers and do my due diligence. And I've probably read thousands and thousands and thousands of reports from the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, and the whole 9 yards. I grew up my mom was a nurse practitioner, all that good stuff. But anyway, and when I speak about vaping and all that kind of stuff, I'm talking about all those different flavor types and everything else. And plus, you also got to source where you're getting your product from because there's so many different manufacturers out there. And of course, a pure vaping juice and ones that are made with little to no chemicals, they're obviously going to be a whole lot better. But they're saying a lot of the stuff that comes out of China and many of these other countries usually has the plastic polymers because that's what they use as a vehicle for the nicotine they do attach to get it into the lungs. So, but anyway, we could have a whole live stream about that by itself.
And I think that the reason that is what you're saying with China is also because they are against Western nations. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were using that as a form of warfare.
Yeah, don't get your dog toys from China either. I'm just saying, don't do it.
No,
don't do it.
I agree with you on that. But anyways, I just wanted to come up here and say that. Sorry, I'm very passionate about that. And I don't know if you do you do live streams?
No, I don't. I should, but I don't. I've been saying it for a long time now, but I enjoy.
I was going to say I would love to have a topic like this.
Yeah.
Sure, I'd look forward to it. I used to do a lot of recovery and rehab type of things on other people's channels, and I love it.
All right,
we should have that. We should have a night like that. That would be awesome, actually.
It would be. Okay, sorry to interrupt you guys, but I'll let you guys go back to
It's all good. It's all good.
I'll answer Okie Mom now.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
What made me leave the other side? Well, I mean, Kristianne and I talk behind the scenes all the time, and that's something that, she obviously, NC did not know that, or we would have been in terrible trouble, right, Kristianne?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mama would have got the belt.
Oh, yeah. And there was a lot of stuff going on that her and I did not agree with. And so that's why you would see us just kind of disappear and, we're just off the panel. And so we talked a lot about it, and we both decided just to leave. I left when Kristianne left. I just stayed quiet about it because I had things going on in my personal life, and I didn't need that crap on top of everything else. So it wasn't just one thing that made me leave. It was just an accumulation of things, and how things were getting worse and worse, and it seemed like NC was getting meaner and meaner to people, and I didn't believe in a lot of the stuff that she did. So Kristianne and I left.
Well, I, for one, am very proud of you. I think you made the right decision, in my humble opinion.
Appreciate that.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Absolutely.
Lonnie,
so I hope that answers you. Okie Mom, I hope that answers you.
Lonnie, I went to Australia, and I literally didn't know they were that expensive because Bella was filming a TV show in Sydney. And so I didn't pack cigarettes because anywhere we traveled in the world, they were always so cheap. Like we went to Vietnam and they were literally $1 a pack.
Oh my
God. Wow.
I didn't take money. They were $1 a pack. So I didn't take cigarettes with me. And I get to freaking Australia and they told me it was $29 for a pack. And I was like, I don't want the whole carton. I just want a pack. And they were like, no, this is I'm like, oh, hell no. We are not going to last here a week. So I literally made that pack last the whole week. Oh, I was so pissed. Yeah.
I don't know who CLM is, but I'm kind of scared to ask who this Tug is. Who the hell? Who or what is a Tug?
Thank you, Okie Mom.
I don't know. CLM is newer. Well, she's newer to our channel, but she's not new to the community.
Oh, no, I meant Tug.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I don't know who that is.
I've always been compared to people, and I will say I am the one and only, the only true helper that I know of. Well, now named by y'all, Woo Helper. But I've been called who Granny's watching, some Montana's guy. I've been called many names. I really have.
You're always going to be Woo Helper over here.
Oh, yeah. You're never going to live that down. We're always going to be calling you that.
Hey, that's fine by me. Whatever blows your hair back.
Oh, yeah. CLM, you asked me that about the umbrella guy. Who's the umbrella guy?
Oh, umbrella guy. Oh, from that umbrella thing on Netflix? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Okie Mom, I'm glad you got out of there too, and you didn't.
I remember when she bit her head off.
Yes, I do too. I'm glad she got out of there without any yelling and being called out. And I'm glad.
Yeah, and subscribers should really have red flags go off or warning bells go off when the creator you supposedly have respect for thrashes people just for making the simple decision to leave their channel. There are billions of people that watch social media. So you mean to tell me because one subscriber decides to leave, you're going to get your panties in a knot
Yeah,
and get all twisted up on them. I mean, come on, just stop.
That's the part of the cult mentality that she
Yep.
rolls with an iron fist over there.
Yeah, you're right. It's like the Jim Jones experience.
Yep. It is.
I tell you, and I finally called that parasocial stuff that y'all did very, very intriguing and done. Well done.
Thank you.
I love that kind of stuff. I really do.
Good.
Thank you.
Mm.
Oh, CLME's another creator. I'll have to check him out. He did Noni Duck coverage. So you need to check him out, Woo Helper, to see what he sounds like.
That I will. Sorry, still getting over the Woo Helper.
That umbrella guy? Okay.
Yes. All right. I need to go get cigarettes before I die.
Do.
Yes, you do. All right. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for having me up. I'll let y'all close it out. And much love to everybody in the chat. And remember, if I find out you ain't sharing with your baby sisters, cousins, hamster sisters, and nephew, then I'm going to get pissed off. So do it. Share it everywhere. I don't care who you got to. Tell your postman if you got to. You know what I mean? But anyway, much love and God bless each and every single one of you.
Much love to you too. Mandy, I'm right there with you with the headache. Thanks, Sandy. Thanks.
Oh, thanks
everybody. Ecto, everybody that came and listened to all the hubba-balub or whatever the fucking word is.
We'll be back to Jim Jones this weekend.
Yes.
Right?
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yep.
Tomorrow we will be back on Jim Jones. We're going to dive into the drug use, the sex addiction, his marriage, and some other things.
So we get to see where he really kind of turns this time.
Yes.
Turns the corner on some darker things.
Yes, we'll be turning the corner.
Be very interesting.
And I mean that too.
Oh, thank you, Yvette. Love you too. And I do mean that as well.
So,
yes.
I know Andrea Mom. I think Andrea Mom is the one that named Woo Helper.
I think so. Okie Mom, you are very welcome. You are welcome to ask questions anytime.
Yeah.
Even my cat's telling everybody good night in case you heard that. He's sitting right here and just meowed.
That's me too, Lonnie. If I don't have caffeine, that's probably what it is, an energy drink. I get a massive headache.
Me too.
Thanks, Loki's mom.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going
to the store.
Yeah, we're going to roll out. Everybody go to bed. It's 10:30 on the West Coast, which means it's 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. I don't know what time it is in Australia. It's probably morning. But have a good day and good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you. And we'll see you hopefully tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Bye.